Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are turning our attention back to Demorris Hunter. This is the penalty phase of day one. He was found guilty of deleting Theresa Green. Hello and welcome to Trial. All right, audio sounds good. So welcome in everybody, welcome in. Grab a seat, get comfortable. And this is where the jury decides if it's the DP or not. So get comfortable and we'll see you in a little bit. All right, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Hope everybody had a good weekend. It is Monday, April 13th, 2026, as we are picking back up on Demorris Hunter. He is in the penalty phase, so he was found guilty on, was it Friday? When was he found guilty? The 8th. He was found guilty on the 8th, which would have been Wednesday. Okay, he was found guilty on Wednesday. So they were off for a couple of days. So how is everybody doing out there? Hope you guys had a great weekend. Let's see who's with us. We've got Good Vibes Only, Horse Welfare. Good morning. Shirley Roth, good to see you. Tammy and Kimbers, YT Hazel, hello, hello. Welcome in. Teresa and Brenda, Iowa Backyard Cam, good to see you. Downey Lynn, good morning. Selena K, you're leaving for Hawaii in the morning. Awesome. I was wondering. Debbie, good morning to you, and thank you for the kitty litter, Debbie. Appreciate that. That came on, I picked that up on Saturday, so appreciate that. Richard in the kitchen, made some key lime pie. Awesome. Did I watch that? You did that over the weekend? I thought you did that a weekend or so ago. Anyway. I hope it went well. It sounds like it did. Kathy Davis, good morning to you. Hellrider, good to see you. Boy, your Braves took out my G's. That's for sure. Whew. That was a rough weekend. Well, for me at least, not for you. Let's see, who else is with us? Allison, good to see you. Kathy was able to buy gooseberry pie and raisin. Awesome. Deviant, good to see you. Welcome in. See who else is with us. I know a lot of folks are coming in late. Let me get up to, that was all before we started. Let's see here. Good Vibes Only. Yes, it did go by very, very fast. Sherry, good morning. Hope you had a great weekend as well. Yep, hit the like button, guys. If you don't, if you haven't already, please hit the like button as you're coming in. Aussie Gardner hopping into Monday. Kelsey Park, hello. Welcome in. Sparkling Princess, I hope you had a wonderful weekend as well. Snap, good to see you. Let's see. All right, I think I got everybody. Yes, Debbie, you changed your profile to your pup Pablo. Cute little guy. Little Lulu, hello to you. Good to see you. So Selena, you leave at 11 and then you get to Hawaii at 3. Nice. Radioactive, good morning to you. Hellrider got his motorcycle fixed. That's always good. That's always a good day. It's always a good time, good moment. Christy, good morning to you. Stand for the truth. I know, let's see, I don't know what we are on this week, but I think I'm good all week. Cool. Well, we're going to finish up with Demorris Hunter, and then once he's done, we're going to turn our attention to Charles Jones. We've been working on him all weekend long. Sparkling Princess, good morning. Amy Bell, there you are. Gina, good morning, good morning. Welcome in. Just Breathe, good morning to you. Bama Green Eyes, hello. Welcome in. Oh, we're also going to do a post Orion landing, probably Wednesday afternoon. I'm going to collect all of the press conferences and news clips. So we'll do a debriefing on the Orion landing. So appreciate you guys being with us on Friday. That was really a lot of fun. We had a blast. Lisa and Lazy Boys, KS Granny, hello, welcome in. Hey, Mal, how are you? Sharon, 1966, good to see you. Let's see, Christine, happy Monday to you. Barry, Kat from Canada. Kim Hastings, welcome in. Green-eyed Cat, there you are. Good to see you. Took 2 weeks to fix your cooling fan. Oof. That doesn't sound right. Is that because of a part? Cowboy Girl, good morning to you. Yes, we will turn on captions. We like our captions, so we will turn on captions. Joy, good morning to you. Linda, good to see you. Jenny Lynn, hello, welcome in, welcome in. All right, I think I got everybody. Never Police videos, good to see you. Heidi, there you are. Always busy on Trial TV Live. Awesome. Let's see, Sparkling Princess, that was such an awesome experience. Yes. No, I really appreciate you guys hanging with us. That was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun. So yeah, we're gonna do we'll do that. I think Wednesday. I think we'll do that on Wednesday because I'm anticipating this to be finished on Tuesday, because the trial itself lasted 3 days with the verdict on the third day. So the actual trial lasted 2 days, and then they did jury instructions and closings on the third day. So I'm anticipating this penalty phase maybe being a day, 2 days tops, and then they'll deliberate. So they did find him guilty of first degree. So now he faces the DP. So we'll see. Hey, Jenny Lynn, hope you had a good weekend as well. Yeah, so let's see what the jury comes back with. Let me see if we have a feed yet. Ooh, that's not good. They're saying the video is not available. Oh, okay. All right, so they're going live in about 6 minutes. So this week we're going to finish up with Demorris Hunter, and then we are going to turn our sights to the upcoming Julio Fulio, Charles Jones trial. We spent all weekend putting together some pre-trial deep dive stuff for you guys. So hopefully you guys will join us for that. They are currently in jury selection. They started last Wednesday, and they're going to go again all this week. So it's going to be once they do start, hopefully we will have provided enough background information, because there is a lot. There are so many players involved. We had to whittle it down to just a few, but so we're probably going to start that on Wednesday, unless they're over. Well, I think they'll be over here Tuesday. I think this is going to be a Monday Tuesday thing, and then we're gonna focus on Charles Jones. So, Carol, good morning to you. Good to see you. Christine, yes, thank you for bringing the splashdown on Friday. Managed to stay awake until 2 a.m., so missed the astronauts coming out, but watched on Saturday morning. Awesome. Did you see the news on the crew yesterday? I know you guys have been sending us stuff. I haven't been looking at that because I've been so involved with Charles Jones and putting it together. Aaron and I worked on it from Saturday. We started probably around 1. I didn't get to sleep. I stopped working around midnight, so that was almost a 12-hour work on that. And then yesterday we started working on it again around 1, and I think we finished around 7 or 8. So we together we've put in probably about 18 hours each. And we're still not done. We're still not done with it. So So no, I haven't looked at anything that you guys have sent, but I will for Wednesday stream. I'll pull together a bunch of stuff for us for Wednesday stream. Winter Libby, good morning to you. Carol, good to see you. Welcome in. Stella, good morning. Always good to see you. Jenny Lynn, Splashdown was amazing. Took a picture with my son and Trial TV Live coverage when they hit. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, well, it's a lot. It's not just one or two players. There's 4 defendants, but then there's people on both sides of this warfare that's going on in Jacksonville. It's just phenomenal. It's just unbelievable how entrenched it is. And then getting to know all the names, it's quite a lot. It's quite a lot. So anyway, let's see. Thank you, Downey. Appreciate that. Kate S. Granny, the Splashdown brought back a lot of memories when you were a young girl watching all of the Apollo flights and returns. Cool. Joanne, popping in to say good morning. You'll be back in 30 minutes. Sounds good. We will be here. Hey, JMS, good morning. Amy's considering what to have for breakfast. Hopefully it's something good. Hopefully it's something good that you like. Be sure to hit the like button, you guys, as you're coming in. I shall do the same. Make sure that I have hit the like button. And look at that. I have not. So I have to follow my own advice. Hit the like button. There you go. Deviant Croissant is recommending a croissant. Debbie, I went onto NASA and saved pictures to do a collage. Ah, very cool. Yeah, there's a bunch of photos on nasa.gov. If you guys want to go there and check out their photos. They do a photo of the day every day. They do a photo of the day. Stella, this is the penalty phase. So he was found guilty. So you have the guilt phase, guilty or not guilty, and then now you have the penalty phase, whether they're going to find him the DP or I guess life in prison. And it only has to be 8 out of 4. Oh, here we go. We got a feed. All right, we have a feed. It only has to be 8 of 4 in Honey Nut Cheerios. It only has to be 8 out of 12. So it does not have to be, does not have to be unanimous. Sorry, don't mean to do that. Doesn't have to be unanimous. Here in Florida, they changed that after the Parkland shooting and the Nicholas Cruz, where it does not have to be unanimous to put somebody on the row. Okay, definitely do not want that. Wait a minute, what the heck is going on here? All right. So it only has to be 8 out of 12 jurors to find him guilty. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. Closed captioning is on. And we wait. And now we wait. Put myself there so we don't have to worry about that. All right. Let's see. Hellrider, now that your motorcycle is fixed, you'll be back down there next lunch. We can go to lunch. Or next month, I'm sorry, we can go to lunch. Yeah, that would be interesting. Sure, when I have all of 2 minutes to break for lunch. But we'll figure that out. Pretty Chick, hello. Regina, he should have never been let out on parole for the first one. Yeah, it was 85 to 97. He spent 12 years. 12 years, that's not a lot of time. Richard, after they hear his history, they may just give him the Green Mile for sure. Hey, CCGTV. Yeah, I think now is when they can bring in all of his past. I think. Sherry had a hard-boiled egg and cottage cheese with fruit. Yeah, I think now it's now they can bring in his past, I believe. I'm pretty sure. Only Funsies. Hello, how are you? I like your name. Only Funsies. Carol, you are welcome. Hey, I rely on it too. I'm glad that I can provide it for you guys, but I rely on it. I rely on it as well for my notes. It's really helpful to, like, because I'm typing, I'm taking notes, I'm typing. And if I miss something or I mishear something, I look up and then I can always go back and see what they say. Yeah. We are. We'll see. Let's see what we can do. Heidi, he is a very dangerous defendant and seems not planning to stop it. Yeah, I would agree with that. Well, we know that he's going back to California to spend 110 years, so he's not getting out. Good Vibes Only says, I think this will be really interesting since they most likely can talk about his past offenses now. I'm pretty sure that they can. I think now they can. Clipson's Vixen, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. CCG TV family says, yeah, now everything comes in. Yeah. I think now we're going to hear about all of his past prior acts. Kaylee, how are you? Good morning. Only Funsies, you mowed your lawn. Yeah, nothing better than a fresh cut lawn. Love the smell of fresh cut lawn. Always have and probably always will. I've got to get out and get my lawn mowed. I was thinking about next weekend, but I also like to let the flowers grow because the bees pollinate. So the grass isn't too high, but the flowers and the weeds are kind of getting a little out of control. Jenny G, hello, how are you? Good to see you. Camilla, how are you? You watched Project Hail Mary at the movies. Interesting. I'm not familiar with that. Sherry, if he gets the DP here, what will trump California? Will that trump California? Probably. I would think so. I'm not quite sure how that works. I would think so, though. Mama of a medic, the jury will be shocked. Yeah, and then they're probably going to be like, wow, I'm so glad we did what we did. That's what I would think. They're probably like, oof, I'm glad we found him guilty. Yes, we do support the bees here. We do support the bees for sure. Deviant was going to go see Project Hail Mary. I'll have to Google that. Oh, The Martian was better. Only halfway through the book. I read the book. I did not see the movie. I read that book. Did not see the movie. Carol, you finished painting all 16 stairs. Wow. I need to put a third coat. Yeah, we need to paint our stairs. And I'm like, there's no way I can paint our stairs because of our cats. I don't know how we would keep them off of these stairs. Green-Eyed Cat, when I have a little free time, I really want to see Project Hail Mary. The book was fantastic. Same author as The Martian. Okay. I am clueless about that book and or that story. I have no idea what that is about. But I shall Google it and see what the deal is with that. Yeah, I don't even know when I have time to read. I used to read all the time. Like I was in New York City, riding on the subways and the trains and stuff, buses. You always have time to read, right? Your commute is a half hour, 45 minutes, whatever, 20 minutes. So you always have time to read, and don't really have that much time to read anymore, which is sad. Because by the time I go to sleep, I try to read and I'm asleep in 5 minutes because reading always makes me tired, especially at night. Regina, I used to get rid of dandelions in my yard. Now I let them for the bees. Good. Yeah. I mean, just a little bit. Kaylee, but then you have beautiful artwork and paw prints. Yeah. Yeah, then they track paint all over the house. And 7 of them, forget about it. Forget about it. Like, right, can you imagine painting our stairs? How would we couldn't keep them. Yeah, there's no way. We couldn't keep them away. The best we could do is carpet, right? That'd probably be the best thing, would be carpeting. Carol, you have 2 cats. You put brown paper on one side, and they actually stayed on the paper, for 3 weeks. Impressive. Pammy, how are you? Good to see you. Do one half of the stairs one at a time, blockade it down, straight down the middle, top to bottom. How do you blockade steps? I can't even wrap my head around that. How would you do that? Because they jump off the wall, they parkour off the walls. They're going up the stairs, they parquet off the walls, they jump off, coming down, they jump off. They're just freaks. Maybe when they're older, maybe when they're like 10, maybe 10 years from now. Maybe 10 years from now when they're calm. Camilla, you got honey from your neighbor, and I can taste the rosemary from all our backyards. That's cool. That's very awesome. Nothing, and that I was going to say nothing better than home. Honey from your neighborhood, I guess, local. What's it? Macrobiotic? No, yeah, macrobiotic. Where you eat things that are within your zone, and that's awesome. That you have a source. We have local honey as well, and I've bought it a couple times, and it's supposed to be really beneficial for you. I guess it's supposed to help with allergies and stuff because it's the local pollen. And kitties do the matrix. Yes, they do. Green-eyed cat, I have fresh carpet installed. I'm having fresh carpet installed next Tuesday. The dog won't be putting a paw on it. All right, Jenny. Oh, you're on your road on your way home. Aw. So your trip is over already? Kathy, yeah, local honey is great for allergies. That's what I've heard. Lori, good morning and good Monday to you as well. Regina says, when I paint my dogs, I always get paint on them. Yeah, I know. It's hopeless, but it's okay. It's all good. All right, let's see. We're waiting for live trial to start. Let me just make sure that they haven't lost their feed or anything. All right, seems to be all right. And make sure you guys hit the like button if you don't mind. We're at 95 likes, 169 people watching. So just take a moment and hit that like button. Super Ball will appreciate that. Ohio Jen, good morning to you. Selena K says, you're so excited because you have tiny peaches growing on your peach tree and cherries. Awesome. All right, here we go, guys.
You may be seated. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us again. Did everyone heed my admonition not to discuss the case with anyone? Yes. Or let anyone discuss it with you? Yes. Or do any independent research while you're away from us? Yes. All right. Or watch any news accounts or read any news accounts of this case? Yes. All right. Thank you. I'm going to read to you some preliminary instructions that apply to this phase of the trial, and then we will hear from the attorneys. Members of the jury, you have found the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. The only issue before you in this phase of the trial is to determine the appropriate penalty. The penalty for this crime is either life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how this proceeding will be conducted. The attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the penalty phase of this trial. What the lawyers say during opening statements is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. After the attorneys have had the opportunity to present their opening statements, the state and the defendant may present evidence. Witnesses may be called to testify under oath. If so, they will be examined and may be cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. This evidence, along with the evidence that you have heard during the guilt phase of this trial, is presented for you to determine whether the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the alleged aggravating factors. If so, you must weigh whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient to impose the death penalty, and whether the aggravating factors outweigh any mitigating circumstances the defendant proves by the greater weight of the evidence. Finally, you will decide whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. At the conclusion of the evidence and after arguments of counsel, you will be instructed on the law that will guide your deliberations. An aggravating factor is the only circumstance recognized by Florida law that could result in a defendant receiving the death penalty. An aggravating factor increases the gravity of a crime or the harm to a victim beyond the harm inherent in every first-degree murder. You must unanimously agree that an aggravating factor was proven beyond a reasonable doubt before it may be considered by you in arriving at your sentencing decision. The aggravating factors alleged by the state in this case are: 1. Demorris Ann Hunter was previously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. The crime of first-degree murder is a capital felony. The crimes of attempted murder, voluntary manslaughter, and assault with a firearm are felonies involving the use or threat of violence to another person. 2. The first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Heinous means extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. The kind of crime intended to be included as especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel is one accompanied by additional acts that show that the crime was conscienceless or pitiless and was unnecessarily torturous to Theresa Ann Green. Once the state has presented evidence of the existence of an aggravating factor, victim impact evidence may be presented. Such evidence is only presented to demonstrate the victim's uniqueness as an individual and the loss to the community by the victim's death. However, victim impact evidence must not be considered by you as an aggravating factor. A mitigating circumstance can be anything that might indicate the death penalty is not appropriate for the defendant. It is not limited to the facts surrounding the crime. In other words, a mitigating circumstance may include any aspect of the defendant's character, background, or life, or any circumstance of the offense that may indicate that the death penalty is not an appropriate sentence in this case. Whether a mitigating circumstance has been proven is an individual judgment by each juror. A mitigating circumstance need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, but must be proven by the greater weight of the evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with final instructions. After the final instructions are given, you will begin your deliberation. You should not form any definite or fixed opinions until you have heard all of the evidence, the arguments of the lawyers, and my instructions on the law. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. Your decision must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. During the penalty phase, the court may take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss this case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, tell him or her that you're on the jury and ask the person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to the court deputy who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or to communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you're deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact number will be provided to you if you need it. The penalty phase must be tried by you only on the evidence presented in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in the case. This applies whether you're at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the penalty phase. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. Do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the penalty phase. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate about the case. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. These rules are imposed because jurors must decide this case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper to the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings and a mistrial could result that would require the entire process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. From the exercise of the defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference regarding the existence of an aggravating factor or an appropriate sentence. And the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your sentencing decision in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had the witness been permitted to answer. It may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your valuable time as is necessary for a fair determination of this matter. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the attorneys for their opening statements. Mr. Nunnally.
Please, the court, counsel. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the penalty phase that the first week with y'all discussed. You got the cart before the horse now. Now hopefully it will make a little bit more sense to you. Judge Munyon explained in her instructions to you what an aggravating factor is. It increases the gravity of the crime or the harm to the victim beyond the harm inherent in every first-degree murder. So that's really two categories of things, if you will, or facts that can fall within the reach of an aggravating factor. And in this case, we actually have one of each. We have the fact that the defendant has previously been convicted of multiple felonies involving the use of rubber violence or the capital felony, which I would suggest falls within the category of a factor that increases the gravity of the crime. We also have, in fact, Judge Munyon explained to you that the felonies at issue are, in fact, violent felonies. I'm going to come back to those. The second category that we have contains the definition of an aggravating factor is the harm to the victim. You heard that testimony last week, Dr. Hunt, who described how the victim described what the process of was. He described how long it takes to lose consciousness. This will be as an individual being right. Yes, you will be argument for this way. It's going to be additional reference. We don't need to talk about what kind of work we want. I would suggest to you that based upon the other program, we have evidence that is bringing attention over the pocket when that man right there had his hands around her throat and squeezed the life out. That, ladies and gentlemen, is heinous approaches for cruelty. The other thing I would point out is probably the disagreement. The heinousness of aggravated is also sometimes abbreviated as BJC among lawyers that try these sorts of cases. Judge Bunyan gave me the definition of what a heinous murder is. He gave me the definition of what an atrocious murder is. He gave me the definition of what a cruel murder. Murder does not have to satisfy all the heinous, atrocious, or cruel. I would suggest to you, respectfully, that this one actually is a holy. I would like to be confirmed as I want to speak. If you will hear testimony today from, I expect, 3 witnesses. With respect to the prior conviction of another capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person, you will hear testimony from an assistant district attorney, almost called him an assistant state attorney, but they don't use that term in California. You have a gentleman here who was a prosecutor in Oakland, California, who prosecuted Mr. Hunter. You will hear that in 1985, Mr. Hunter was convicted of attempted first-degree murder on 2 separate occasions, 2 separate events. One of those victims was shot in the face with a shotgun and survived. The other victim was shot 4 times, left paralyzed. Third victim involved in that series of events, Mr. Hunter threatened with a shotgun or firearm, but did not actually shoot. On another occasion, in 1985, Mr. Hunter committed voluntary manslaughter, killed a man named Caesar Goodline. After the time of these offenses, he was released. 2002, Mr. Hunter shot over the relative of his then girlfriend twice in the head, killed him. Then he fled, ultimately apprehended in Texas after he committed murder. Hunter has been convicted of all 5 of those felonies. I suggest to you that those 5 violent felonies are established beyond the previous exclusion of any reason or note. And if they are entitled, you'll ultimately consideration to do it. Likewise, I submit to you that the heinous aggravator, the heinous atrocious or cruel aggravator, is also established beyond and to the exclusion of any reasonable doubt and is entitled to very great weight. The sentencing calculus, and Mr. Buxton will speak more with me about that with all of the evidence. Now, in addition to a prosecutor from California that you will hear from shortly, you will also hear from a fingerprint examiner with the Orlando Police Department who has compared the fingerprints taken from Mr. Hunter at the time of his various California convictions to known fingerprints taken here in Orlando. He explained to you why this is 100% correct. California prosecutor, someone like John Rohard, explained to you in detail how the California process works is different from ours. In some ways, and he will explain all of those things to you. The other thing that you will hear from us is a victim impact statement. That victim impact statement, prepared by Peggy Stage, we heard from last week, will be read to you by a member of our office, the place of this page actually. Victim impact, as you have heard repeatedly, is not evidence, but it is to be considered in explaining the loss to the community and to her family by Mr. Hunter's murder of Theresa Ann Green. I expect that the defense will present various family members to testify to you about Mr. Hunter's Mr. Hunter's wife. I don't know exactly what they're going to say necessarily. However, I would suggest to you that you should consider all the things. I suggest to you, in the day, mitigation here, family and friends, untitled. But it is absolutely generally but running is trying to the waiting process failed do how if county Washington arrive at your sentencing recommendation. It is not simply a counting process, it is a waiting process. I would suggest to you that at the end of the day, the aggravating factors of Mr. Hunter's multiple prior convictions for violent or capital felonies and the heinous, atrocious, and cruel nature of Theresa Ann Green leads to the conclusion that a recommendation for a sentence of death to Demorris Hunter be your ultimate recommendation.
Would the defense like to make an opening statement at this time?
I would like to reserve for action.
All right. Thank you. State, you may call your first witness.
State called John Broward. I do.
Does everyone have a pen? Thank you. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
My name is John Broward. Last name is spelled Brouhard.
Thank you. Mr. Buck, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you.
What do you do for a living?
I work as an assistant district attorney in Alameda County, California, which is where Oakland, California is located.
What do you do on a day-to-day basis now?
So I'm a criminal prosecutor, and my current assignment is I supervise our felony trial staff attorneys.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background that allowed you to become first an assistant district attorney?
Yes, I got a undergraduate degree from the University of Southern California, and then I graduated from law school at the University of California at Berkeley, and then began my career working as a lawyer.
Can you describe for the jury the different positions you've held as a lawyer and what you've done during your career?
So after law school, I spent a year as a law clerk to a federal judge in San Francisco. After that, I worked at a law firm for 2 years. And then after that, I was hired by the Alameda County District Attorney's Office, and I've remained at that office ever since.
What kind of positions have you held at the district attorney's office?
So the district attorney's office, we start off trying lower level cases, but misdemeanor cases. I did that for a number of years. Then we started handling felony cases, and we initially put on what are called preliminary hearings, like mini trials on felony cases. And then eventually I started trying felony cases. And over the years, I've been on felony trial staff for the bulk of my career, trying felony cases. And while I was doing that, I also became the supervisor of our gang unit, so prosecuting primarily criminal street gang related crimes. For a period of time, I worked as a charging deputy, which means we review police reports and make decisions about whether we're going to file criminal charges and what charges. And then I moved into my current assignment where I now supervise the people that are actually doing the jury trials.
During the course of your career, have you tried homicide cases?
I have.
Have you tried death penalty cases?
I have.
All right. How long have you been a practicing lawyer?
34 years, I'd say.
How long have you been a practicing district attorney?
About 31 years.
Based on your experience as a district attorney in California, are you familiar with the various documents associated with a defendant's arrest?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the process that occurs when someone is arrested and booked into a jail in California?
Yes.
How are you familiar with those types of documents?
Those documents are documents that we use almost daily in the job of being a prosecutor. So we're reviewing records relating to arrests, reviewing court documents, records from the law enforcement agencies. So it's just part of the daily work of being a prosecutor.
Are you also familiar with documents related to when a defendant is sentenced after being convicted of a crime, either from the county jail or from the Department of Corrections?
Yes.
Are you familiar the same way you just described?
Yes, we have, as part of our job as a prosecutor, we are oftentimes in court dealing with proving up prior convictions, and I'm familiar with the kinds of records we use to establish that.
This time, Your Honor, the state would introduce a certified copy of court records and for the defendant's conviction in 1985 case with docket number 83356 as State's Exhibit 41.
Any objection? It will be received as State's Exhibit 41.
State would also introduce certified copies of court records and conviction for the defendant's conviction in 1985 California case with docket number 83355 as State's 42. It's State's Exhibit AP for identification.
Any objection? It will be received as State's Exhibit 42.
This time, State would introduce State's Exhibit AQ, which is Department of Corrections records from the defendant's 1985 convictions. Included with it is a business record certification and proper notice has been given. State would move to introduce that as State's 43.
Any objection? It will be received as State's Exhibit 43.
State would move State's AR for identification into evidence, which is a booking photo and fingerprints of the defendant's 2003 arrest, along with a business record certification and proper notice has been given.
Any objection?
That would be State's 44, Your Honor.
It will be admitted as State's Exhibit 44.
And finally, the state would move to introduce certified copies of court records for the defendant's conviction in that same 2003 arrest under docket number 146022.
Any objection? It will be received as State's Exhibit 45.
Are you familiar with a man named Demorris Andy Hunter?
I am.
How?
I prosecuted him for murder, a murder that occurred in 2002 and was prosecuted in Alameda County and had a jury trial, I believe, in 2005.
We're going to get into a little more of those specifics in a little bit. I know it's been many years since then, but do you happen to see him in court here today?
I do.
Please point him out and tell me what he's wearing and where he's sitting.
He's sitting at the table over there wearing a gray colored shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
During the course of preparing for that trial that you had for a 2002 murder in California, did you also investigate and review documents associated with his prior criminal history?
I did.
Without telling me the results right now, how did you go about doing that and getting those records?
So as part of the case that I prosecuted, we obtained records regarding the defendant's prior convictions that were also in Alameda County, the same county I work in. And so we obtain certified copies of court records, documents that are in the court file. We obtain records from the Sheriff's Department that relate to arrest and fingerprinting, identification, that sort of thing. And we also obtain records from the California Department of Corrections, which is the prison system in California, that also have records that document convictions for persons.
Did those records that you obtained from those various agencies all relate to crimes and convictions that had happened in 1985 that the defendant was convicted of?
Yes.
I want to ask you some general questions about what happens when someone gets arrested in California. When a person is arrested in California by law enforcement, what happens to that person when they're brought to the county jail?
So the arrests are done, the documentation is done at the county level. So in Alameda County, if a person is arrested in Alameda County by any police agency, then they are booked into the county jail. And in that booking process, there's a number of things that occur, one of which is taking fingerprints of the person who's arrested, obtaining identifying information about that person, name, date of birth, that sort of thing. Also, a photograph is taken of the person upon their arrest to document and identify the person who's arrested.
Are those records you just described normally kept by certain agencies, such as the Alameda County Court or the California Department of Justice?
So the records regarding the arrest are kept by the Alameda County Sheriff's Department, and then further records are maintained by the Superior Court of Alameda County, and then records are maintained by the Department of Corrections, the prison system as well.
And on a later date, can someone like yourself, through the process you just described, go get those records to use in, like, your case?
Yes.
All right. Also, when someone is arrested, are they assigned a specific number?
Yes, in Alameda County, when somebody is arrested, the first time that they're arrested in Alameda County, when they're identified, their fingerprints are taken, they are assigned a unique, I'll call it a number. We call it, it's a personal file number. The shorthand for that is PFN. And that identifier begins with 3 letters and then has 3 digits. And it's unique to that individual.
Does that number then track to that unique individual any future time that person could be arrested?
Yes. So if after the initial arrest, when that person is assigned a PFN, then let's say sometime later they are arrested again, when they are fingerprinted at the jail, then they link that person and they maintain that same PFN number for the rest of their life.
Does that unique PFN number appear on many of the documents that we're going to look at to track the defendant as being the same person arrested for all these different crimes?
It does.
After the defendant is arrested for a crime, how does that defendant officially get charged with the crime and enter into the actual court system?
So if somebody is arrested, then the arresting agency, like the police department, in this case, the Oakland Police Department, provides police reports and materials to the district attorney's office, which is the prosecutor's office. And we review those materials and we make decisions about whether to charge somebody with a crime, and if so, what crimes we're going to charge. If we decide to charge a case, then we file the charges for felonies in California. That filing begins with filing what we call a complaint, and it lists the defendant and it lists the charges. Then that gets filed with the court and begins the process of a criminal case against that defendant.
What happens when a person either enters a plea admitting what they did, admitting their crime, or goes to trial and is convicted by a jury? What kind of documents are generated in that process?
So in some cases, a person will be convicted as a result of entering a plea of guilty. And so in that process, there is a hearing in front of a judge where certain things take place, and the defendant enters the pleas of guilty. There are various court documents that essentially document that. There's a transcript that's prepared of the court proceedings. There are documents, we call them minutes or minute orders, that the clerk prepares that are all filed with the court to document the fact of conviction. After somebody's convicted of a felony, the other way that can occur is we can have a trial, and if there is a jury verdict of a conviction, then those documents are recorded in the court file as well. And after conviction, then eventually there will be a sentencing that a judge does, and that sentencing is also documented by a transcript and by various documents that are what we call abstracts of judgment. That's kind of the primary document that shows what the person was convicted of and what they were sentenced to.
Do prosecutors and defense lawyers and judges and everybody in the system rely on these records to do their job?
Yes.
If a person is sentenced to prison, do the prisons in California also maintain certain records regarding that now convicted inmate?
Yes, so somebody is sentenced to prison, then when they are brought to the prison system, they're booked into the prison system, similar to when they're booked into the county jail. So they obtain fingerprints, photograph, identifying information, and they also receive from the court the documents, the abstract of judgment, the documents that show the prison, okay, this is what this person was convicted of, this is what their sentence is, so that they can input that information for their system as well.
Does the Department of Corrections or the prison system also often collect fingerprints and take photographs of the now convicted defendant?
They do.
And have you had an occasion as a prosecutor to use and refer to all of these different types of records that you've talked about today?
Yes, all the time.
I'm going to ask you some specific questions about the records that were just introduced into evidence dealing with the defendant and have you explain kind of what they mean. Start with an exhibit of States 41. What is this document?
So this is the first page of a criminal complaint that was filed against this defendant relating to the 1985 cases.
And who is the victim of what we see on the screen now?
So there are, in the 1985, there were two cases, but they were dealt with together and sentenced together. So this is one of the cases, and this is a charge that relates to the victim, whose name is Adolphus Williams.
What were the charges associated with Adolphus Williams that the defendant was charged with?
Attempted murder and use of a firearm, and assault with a firearm, also with use of a firearm.
Is there a specification of what kind of firearm was used?
In that case, it was a sawed-off shotgun.
And what legal effect does this complaint have in the system and the defendant?
So this document, when it's filed, is the initiation of a criminal case against this defendant. And so The document is prepared by the district attorney's office. It is signed by a deputy district attorney, and it's also signed by a police officer. Once that's done, then that gets filed with the court and begins the case.
And what date is alleged that these crimes were committed regarding Adolphus Williams?
February 4th, 1985.
I'll show you that same page now with a portion blown up. You mentioned earlier a PFN number. What do we see in this slide?
So on the complaint, oftentimes the PFN number for the defendant appears. So for this defendant, his PFN number was AOW126, and that's printed on the complaint.
And will that unique PFN number appear in some of the future documents we're going to look at?
Yes.
So what do we see on the second page of this exhibit?
So this second page is the complaint from the other case that was filed. These two cases were filed at different times, close in time. But this is the complaint for the second case in 1985.
And what's the victim's name of this second case in 85?
This is Eric Wright.
What charges was the defendant charged with regarding Eric Wright?
Attempted murder with use of a firearm and the infliction of great bodily injury.
Showing you now Exhibit 42. What do we see here?
This is an amended complaint relating to one of the earlier cases that we talked about before.
We see up at top, it says first amended.
Yes.
What is meant by an amended complaint? Why would that happen?
So once we file charges, sometimes we will change things, add charges, sometimes reduce charges. So you can file an amended complaint that has different charges or additional charges from the original complaint.
So does this image we see of regarding States 42, is this also, again, still dealing with Eric Wright and the charges against Eric, or charges involving Eric Wright as a victim against the defendant?
That's correct.
Okay. Showing you page 2 of that amended complaint. What does this show?
So this shows the amended complaint, and it has the charges related to Eric Wright. And then there are it shows a second count regarding Eric Wright as well for assault with a firearm and infliction of great bodily injury.
And showing you now the third page of that amended complaint. What do we see here?
An additional charge, which is labeled as the third count, and it charges the defendant with murder of Mr. Cesar Guzman.
Now, did the defendant eventually enter a plea with a charge of voluntary manslaughter against Cesar, with Cesar Guzman being the victim?
Yes.
And what was the date of the offense of the crime committed against Cesar Guzman?
January 6th, 1985.
Showing you a page from State's Exhibit 41. Did Demorris Hunter enter a plea in connection with the various crimes that we just talked about in those cases involving the victims, Adolphus Williams, Eric Wright, and Cesar Guzman?
Yes.
What does this document show?
So this is a court document that documents the sentencing for those charges that the defendant pled guilty to on those two cases.
Showing you the same document again with something blown up. Do we see that same unique personal file number present on this document as well.
Yes, that same PFN appears on many of the court records as well.
And what is the significance, again, of that PFN number?
The PFN number is a unique identifying number for this defendant. So it's used on various documents to essentially establish the identification of the person who was charged or convicted in this case.
And showing you that same report and sentence from State's Exhibit 41. According to this document, which pertains to the crimes committed against victims Adolphus Williams, let me back up. According to this document regarding the victim Adolphus Williams, what was the defendant convicted of?
Attempted murder and personal infliction of great bodily injury.
What does that mean?
So attempted murder is an attempt to kill somebody. And then in California, there is a charge, and that can be what we call an enhancement, where somebody, if somebody personally inflicts great bodily injury during the commission of the crime, that can be an enhancement.
In California, what is meant by the term attempted first degree murder?
Attempted first-degree murder in California is, what it means is that the defendant attempted to kill another human being with what we call express malice aforethought, which is a fancy way of saying that at the time they committed the crime, they had in their mind an actual intent to kill that human being.
Like premeditation?
Correct.
And according to this document, did the defendant admit to inflicting great bodily injury on Adolphus Williams as part of this plea agreement?
He did.
And what does great bodily injury involve in California?
It is serious, not trivial injury. So it has to be greater than a minor injury.
Would being shot in the face with a sawed-off shotgun constitute great bodily injury?
Yes.
And when did this conviction for the crime involving victim Adolphus Williams occur?
The conviction occurs when the defendant, in this case, when he changed his plea to plead guilty, and that occurred on November 20th of 1985.
Showing you a document in States 42. What does this document show?
This is the same document as before. It's documenting the sentencing hearing for the other case where the defendant was sentenced together.
The one involving Eric Wright and Cesar Guzman?
Yes.
And I'm showing you again that same document with a blow-up portion. Do we see that same PFN number linking this document to this defendant?
That's correct.
Okay. And the report here that we see as far as the other case shows, it says see attachment. Was there an attachment?
Yes.
Showing you the next page of States 42, the attachment. What does this show?
This now documents the crimes that he was convicted of and that he was sentenced on.
Did you also review the transcripts of the hearing in which Demorris Hunter entered a plea in this case?
I did.
Based on the change of plea transcript, was the crime that we saw regarding assault with a firearm involving Eric Wright dropped?
Yes.
According to the change of plea transcript, was a charge of assault with a firearm added for a victim named Jorge Hernandez, who was with Cesar Guzman at the time he was killed?
It was.
So according to this document and the other the change of plea transcripts you reviewed, which pertains to crimes committed against Eric Wright, Cesar Guzman, and Jorge Hernandez, what crimes was Demorris convicted of in this case?
So he was convicted of attempted murder of Eric Wright. He was convicted of voluntary manslaughter for Mr. Guzman, and he was convicted of assault with a firearm on Mr. Hernandez.
What does the crime of assault with a firearm involve in California?
Assault with a firearm is a fancy way of saying that you shot at somebody. It can also be committed where you point a loaded gun at somebody, but something happens where you don't fire. So pointing a loading gun at somebody can be assault with a firearm, but it's more commonly the shooting of a gun at a person.
And now, just so the jury isn't misled, in this specific case involving Jorge Hernandez, he was not alleged to have fired at Jorge Hernandez, just pointed a gun at him, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So he was convicted of assault with a firearm on Jorge Hernandez, and you mentioned voluntary manslaughter involving victim Cesar Guzman.
Correct.
What does voluntary manslaughter mean in California?
Voluntary manslaughter is what we call a lesser included offense to that of murder. So if somebody kills somebody unlawfully, normally that is murder, but it can be reduced to voluntary manslaughter. The most traditional way that happens is, for example, if the killing was deemed to be done in the heat of passion, it makes it less than murder. So he pled guilty to a lesser crime of murder, which is voluntary manslaughter, which is the unlawful killing of a human being without malice aforethought.
And did that involve a firearm?
Yes.
Did he admit during the sentencing documents that the defendant used a firearm when he killed Cesar Guzman?
Yes, he admitted an enhancement that he personally used a firearm during the commission of the crime.
Did he also admit to personally using the firearm to point at Jorge Hernandez for the aggravated assault conviction?
Yes.
Did he also admit to inflicting serious bodily injury upon Eric Wright by shooting him?
Yes.
Showing you next page of States 42. What is this document that we see?
So this is the abstract of judgment. This is a record that is prepared by the court and that is filed with the court. And this is what documents sort of at the end the charges the person was convicted of and the sentencing.
And do these documents also have that same PFN number you've been describing?
Yes.
And we see up top a circle around, and it's not real easy to see here, but a circle around one of the docket numbers, 83355. What does that signify?
So there were two dockets, two cases that were put together for sentencing. And both of those dockets are listed on this abstract of judgment. So the abstract of judgment puts it all together.
So this abstract contains the results of all of the different charges and crimes that we've been talking about so far.
Correct.
And we see some X's in the middle of this document. What do those mean?
Those are, they put an X in the box to indicate for a certain crime, for example, if there was an enhancement like use of a firearm or infliction of great bodily injury.
And referring to this next page, what do we see here?
So this is still part of that abstract of judgment, and it shows the conviction for attempted murder on one of the counts.
As a result of the defendant's convictions for voluntary manslaughter on victim Cesar Guzman, attempted murder on victim Eric Wright, attempted murder of Adolphus Williams, and assault with a firearm of Jorge Hernandez, was he sent to the Department of Corrections to serve a prison sentence?
Yes.
Once an inmate arrives at the Department of Corrections, are they assigned a Department of Corrections or a California Department of Corrections number?
Yes.
Does that person have that same unique number if the person goes back to prison?
That depends. The Department of Corrections assigns a unique number the first time that person goes to prison. A person can be released from prison on parole. If they commit a new violation while they're still on parole and are sent back to prison, they will keep that unique Department of Corrections number. On the other hand, if they complete parole and it's not until later that they commit a new crime that they're sent to prison to, then the Department of Corrections will give them a new Department of Corrections number.
So the document we see here, which is in States 43, what is this?
So what this is a certification and cover page from the Department of Corrections that is, bottom line is, we can order records from the Department of Corrections, and we do that all the time. And there's a process for this. And then when the Department of Corrections sends us the records, they come with this cover page and certification, and then the records are attached to that.
It is a certification, just verify the accuracy of the records.
Correct.
Okay. And what was the Department of Corrections number assigned to Demorris Hunter as a result of these convictions we've been talking about?
It's the letter D like David, 23120.
Does the Department of Corrections also maintain some of the sentencing documents that we've looked at already as well?
Yes.
Do they also fingerprint when the person arrives at the Department of Corrections?
They do.
What do we see here on the next page of States 43?
So this is a copy of the fingerprint page from the Department of Corrections from when they took fingerprints when the defendant was received.
Whose name appears on the fingerprint card?
The defendant, Demorris Hunter.
And is there a DC number at the top of, a Department of Corrections number at the top of that?
Yes, it's kind of faded.
You make it out? If not, it's okay.
23120. It looks like D like David.
Okay. Does that appear to be the same number that was present in the letter we just looked at?
Yes,
Okay. Does the Department of Corrections also photograph an inmate?
they do.
Showing you next page of States 43. What does this show?
This is the Department of Corrections photograph of the defendant that they had on file with their records.
You recognize the person in the photograph?
I do.
Who is it?
The defendant, Demorris Hunter.
Is the DC number on this photograph also the same number that we saw in the fingerprint card and in the letter from Department of Corrections?
It does.
So moving on, you mentioned earlier that you actually were the prosecutor that prosecuted the defendant for the murder of Ivona Huntley.
Correct.
How did you become the prosecutor assigned to that case?
At that time, I was working on trial staff and I was prosecuting murder cases. And so I was assigned this case to be the prosecutor for a jury trial.
And when did that murder actually occur?
The murder was in 2002.
Following that murder, obviously, did law enforcement do an investigation?
Correct.
Was the defendant eventually arrested?
He was arrested
Where?
in Houston, Texas.
Was he then brought from Houston, Texas back to California to answer for your charges?
Yes.
And after he answered for your charges and your jury trial was over, was he eventually then brought to Florida to answer for these charges?
Yes.
When he was brought back to California from Houston, Texas, would he have been booked into the Alameda County Jail?
Yes.
Would he have been photographed and fingerprinted?
Yes.
Is that standard procedure when someone is booked?
Yes.
Showing you photograph from States 44. What do we see here?
So this is a certified copy of the booking record for the defendant when he was booked after his arrest in Texas and brought to California.
And when was he actually brought to the Alameda County Jail?
He was booked on March 6th of 2003.
Do you recognize the person in the photo?
I do.
Who is it?
It's the defendant, Demorris Hunter.
What was the date of birth associated with Demorris Hunter according to the booking information?
April 18th, 1966.
We also see a PFN number listed here. What number is that?
So we see that same PFN number, the AOW 126. In this record, it has some digits in front of it, which is 010. That is, for lack of a better word, a computer code for where he was booked.
Okay. Is this the same unique PFN number that we saw on all the documents that we looked at regarding the 1985 conviction?
Yes,
And does that further show that we're talking about the same person?
it does.
Showing you the next page of States 44. What is this?
This is a certified copy of the fingerprint records that were taken by the Alameda County Sheriff's Department when the defendant was booked into our jail in 2003.
In the top right, do we see that same unique PFN number?
We do.
And what's the date of birth associated with the fingerprints?
It is 4/18/1966.
What's the name associated? Well, what is the name we see on this fingerprint card?
Demorris Hunter.
Okay. Now, is the middle name misspelled on this one?
Maybe, it's hard to read this close up, but I think there was a misspelling of the middle name.
A-N-O-Y instead of A-N-D-Y.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah,
Does all of the other information on this match the defendant?
it does.
Likely a typo.
Yes.
After Demorris Hunter was booked into the Alameda County Jail in 2003, having been brought there from Houston, Texas, did the criminal case against him for the murder of Ivona Huntley, in essence, begin?
Yes,
Was he charged with the murder of Ivona Huntley in a formal charging document?
he was.
Showing you the first page of States 45. What does this show?
So this is a charging document that is called an information. So when a person is charged with a felony, the first charging document that is filed is called a complaint. And then there can be a preliminary hearing that's conducted. And after that preliminary hearing, if the defendant is what we call bound over for trial, then we file charges in an information. So the information is the charging document that is in effect at the time of trial.
And is this the charging document that brought him into the justice system to be prosecuted for the first-degree murder of Ivona Huntley?
This would have been, there would have been a complaint first, and then after the preliminary hearing was when this was, the information was filed.
See, when did the murder of Ivona Huntley actually occur?
March 29th, 2002.
What was he charged with regarding the murder of Ivona Huntley?
He was charged with murder, and he was charged with personal use of a firearm causing death.
Would he have been charged with the crime that we know here as first-degree premeditated murder?
So in California, we charge the crime of murder, and then the degree of murder is determined by the jury.
Okay. Eventually, was he convicted of the crime of first-degree murder?
He was.
Does that involve premeditation, like here?
Yes, it is. First-degree murder in California means that the murder was willful, deliberate, and premeditated.
In California, can a person's prior convictions be used to enhance the penalty associated with this murder charge?
Yes.
Do you typically allege those prior convictions in the charging document that we look at here?
Yes.
And I'm showing you, excuse me, page 3, I believe, of States 45. What do we see here?
So in the information, after we list the actual charges, then we allege or charge him with having prior felony convictions. And they are listed out and labeled, for example, first prior conviction is at the top, then there's a second prior conviction, and so forth.
And did you include the prior convictions involving the crimes committed against Adolphus Williams, Cesar Guzman, Eric Wright, and Jorge Hernandez in your charging document?
Yes,
Do we see that in these various portions of your charging document?
correct.
Did Demorris Hunter go to trial in Alameda County regarding the murder of Avona Huntley?
Yes,
You were the prosecutor that tried the case?
I was.
What was the result of that trial?
He was convicted by the jury of first-degree murder, and the jury found true that he personally and intentionally discharged a firearm causing death.
And what do we see in this page of States 45?
So he was eventually sentenced after that trial, and so this is the abstract of judgment, like we saw before for the 1985 cases. This is the abstract of judgment for the case that I prosecuted that documents what he was convicted of and what his sentence was.
And he was convicted, according to the document, of first-degree murder?
That's correct.
And does your name also appear on the sheet?
Yes, they list my name as the counsel for the people, which is the prosecutor.
So to wrap this up, was the defendant convicted of attempted first-degree murder causing great bodily injury in 1985 for victim Adolphus Williams for shooting Mr. Williams?
Yes,
Was he convicted of voluntary manslaughter in 1985 on victim Cesar Guzman while using a firearm for shooting and killing Mr. Guzman?
yes,
Was he convicted of attempted first-degree murder in 1985 for victim Eric Wright, causing great bodily injury as well for shooting him?
yes,
He also convicted of assault with a firearm for pointing a gun at Jorge Hernandez.
yes,
Was he ultimately convicted of first-degree murder in 2005 for victim Avona Huntley for shooting and killing her from a premeditated design?
yes.
Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Questions, Your Honor?
Any questions from the jury? May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Adria Garotti.
Ma'am, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, my name is Adria Garotti. That is spelled A-D-R-I-A. And my last name is Garotti, spelled G-H-A-R-A-T-I.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Where do you work and what do you do?
So I currently work for the City of Orlando Police Department, specifically in the latent print unit. And my official title is Senior Latent Print Examiner.
Where do you work? Where's your headquarters?
Our headquarters is in downtown Orlando, and I work on a remote site. I don't work at the headquarter building.
And what do you do on a day-to-day basis as a latent print examiner?
Right. As a latent print examiner, we accept evidence that's been submitted to the unit for the possible presence of latent prints. If latent prints are processed or developed, we will then compare those prints to any known record prints that have been submitted. If there are no known records, we enter those into a specialized database. It's a repository of known records that is maintained by the state or FDLE. We generate notes and reports to our findings. We testify in court when needed.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background and your training that allows you to do that job?
Sure. I received a Bachelor's of Science and a certificate in criminalistics from the University of North Texas in Denton, Texas. During my senior year in college, I did a one-year internship, and that was at the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office in Fort Worth, Texas, where I trained underneath a qualified latent print examiner, assisting with the identification of unidentified human remains, as well as processing evidence in the laboratory for fingerprints. Upon graduation, I was accepted to the Virginia Institute of Forensic Science and Medicine. That was a fellowship program in latent prints, where I worked underneath qualified latent print examiners at the Virginia Department of Forensic Science. It was a one-year intensive training program. And after graduating that program, I was then hired by the Virginia Department of Forensic Science, where I worked in that state laboratory for several years.
How long have you been a latent print examiner?
I've been a latent print examiner for approximately 21 years now. I've worked for various different agencies throughout the U.S.
Have you been permitted in court to give opinion testimony regarding latent fingerprint analysis?
Yes, I've been accepted as an expert witness in court in multiple states, as well as federal court, over 24 times probably.
The jury has already heard a lot about fingerprints, what latent fingerprints are, what known prints are, so I'm not going to go into that all again.
Okay.
But how do you go about doing a fingerprint comparison? What method do you follow?
Okay. So what is generally accepted in the field of latent prints, the methodology that we use is commonly referred to as ACE-V. It's an acronym. It stands for Analysis, Comparison, Evaluation, followed by a -V for verification. And as the primary latent print examiner, you'll do the first 3 steps, the analysis, comparison, and evaluation.
What does the analysis and comparison and evaluation involve?
Okay. So the analysis step is the first step, and what we're doing is we're just looking at the overall print to determine if there is friction ridge detail present. So the palms of the hands and the feet are all covered with that specialized skin that you may be aware of called friction ridge skin. And what we're looking for is the presence of that skin. We're looking for the anatomical feature. So is it a finger? Is it a palm? Is it a joint? Is it a foot? And then we're going to go a little bit further and determine, is it up? Is it down? What is the orientation? So this is just a basic overall view of that print. And then we're also going to determine if there's enough information for us to move on to our comparison phase.
And if there is, what's the comparison phase?
So if we do move on to the comparison phase, if we determine that there's a sufficient amount of ridge detail present, as well as some discriminating characteristics within that print, we'll move on to that comparison phase. If not, we'll stop the exam there, and we'll determine that the print is not of value. And if we do determine it's not a value, we don't compare any. If we do decide it is a value for comparison, we will then do a side-by-side analysis of any known record prints that have been submitted, and we're going to look for 3 different levels of detail that we have. So the first level is going to be your basic pattern types, and if the examiner prior went over those are arches, loops, and whorls. We're looking for the presence of those patterns if they exist in the latent print and the known. And then we're going to go through our second level of detail where we look a little bit further into the print. And that's where we're looking for what we call discriminating characteristics. Those characteristics are commonly referred to as a ridge ending, which is a ridge that flows through the pattern and comes to an abrupt stop. We have bifurcations. That's a ridge that flows through the pattern and splits into 2 separate ridges. And then we have a short ridge that is a ridge that is as long as it is wide. So we're looking for the presence of those characteristics as well as how discriminating are they in that print specifically. Every individual has a combination of those patterns and those ridge characteristics, but to date, no 2 people have been found to have the exact same fingerprints or palm prints.
And what's the E stand for again?
So the E stands for evaluation. Once we've completed the comparison phase, doing that side-by-side comparison, we will then come to a determination. At the City of Orlando Police Department, we have 3 different conclusions that we come to. We'll do identification is the first one, meaning that all of the rich detail present, there was a sufficient amount of that, quality and quantity of that rich detail and those characteristics to determine that those fingerprints came from the same source that we're comparing. We have exclusion, meaning that there was a sufficient amount of quality and quantity of rich detail and characteristics present that were in disagreement to determine that they did not originate from the same source. And then we have what we call inconclusive. And inconclusive typically means that we don't have enough information to make that determination. For example, we may have a situation where we only had fingerprints taken and we're looking at a palm print. So we may have to request additional information or that subject's palm prints be taken so we can complete a conclusive comparison.
Thank you. This time, Your Honor, I request permission to allow this witness to give opinion testimony in the area of fingerprint analysis and comparison.
Any voir dire?
No, ma'am.
She will be permitted to render her opinion in that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you has been introduced into evidence and statements of the 35. These are represented to be known fingerprints taken from the defendant, Demorris Hunter.
Do you want me to open it or just, okay. I do recognize that.
Did you examine that document as part of your fingerprint analysis that you did in this case?
The document has a fingerprint card and then a set of palm print cards. I did examine the fingerprint card for my comparison, yes.
May I approach?
May.
Showing up the introduced into evidence and statements of 44. You also provided fingerprints from an arrest of defendant Demorris Andy Hunter in California in 2003.
Yes, this is the fingerprint record that I received. It was a certified copy of the fingerprints from Alameda County, California, which is in Oakland, California, I believe. And it has bearing the name Demorris, spelled Demorris, middle name Anoy, Anoy, and last name Hunter, common spelling Hunter.
Did you compare the known fingerprints taken from the defendant Demorris Hunter to the fingerprints contained in that arrest fingerprint document in 2003 from Alameda, California?
I did compare the fingerprint record and the state exhibit to this fingerprint card bearing this name, yes.
What were your results?
I was able to determine that both cards were made by one and the same person.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
You are free to go, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
State, you may call your next witness.
The next witness will be Brittany Adkins, who is a victim advocate from the State Attorney's Office, reading a victim impact statement for Octavius Hayes.
All right, thank you. Please come forward.
Before she begins reading, may we approach briefly, Your Honor?
You may.
So she's going to read a victim impact statement from Octavius Hayes, who is the son. We heard from Octavius.
Mr. Nunnally?
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
If you would, tell us your name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Brittany Atkins, A-D as in Delta, A-I-N-S.
And ma'am, how are you employed?
I work for the State Attorney's Office at the Fifth Circuit.
And in the course of your duties with the State Attorney's Office, did you have the occasion to obtain a written victim impact statement from a person known to you as Octavius Hayes?
I did.
And have you reviewed that statement?
I have.
Ms. Atkins, let me get you to point that microphone a little bit more.
Sure.
Oh, there you go. And if you would, please, ma'am, would you read the statement provided to you by Mr. Hayes?
I will. At only 13 years old, I was robbed of my mother's presence, her support, and her irreplaceable love. While other children were leaning on their mothers for guidance, I was forced to navigate the most formative years of my life in the shadow of her absence. Every milestone I have reached since then has been bittersweet, marked by the hollow space where she should have been standing. For over 20 years, my celebrations of birthdays, holidays, and special occasions have taken place at a gravesite. The most heartbreaking reality is that this is the only relationship my children will ever have with their grandmother. Their bond with her is limited to cleaning a headstone and choosing flowers for a memorial vase. They are growing up knowing her only as a name on a stone, deprived of the living warmth and wisdom that she would have poured into their lives. I have learned to live with this unimaginable pain, but I have not been allowed to heal. For over 2 decades, I have been subjected to the constant traumatic stress of continual legal proceedings. These years have served as a constant traumatic stress of continual legal proceedings. These years have served as a persistent open wound, preventing closure and forcing me to relive the worst moment of my life over and over again. My life is not just marked by her absence, it has been defined by a 20-year cycle of legal exhaustion and secondary suffering. The defendant didn't just take a life, they took my mother, my children's grandmother, and 20 years of peace that I can never get back. I ask this court to recognize the permanence of this loss and the exhaustion of a lifetime spent seeking justice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a recess at this time for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. Leave your pads and pens on the chairs. They will be there when you return, and I'll see you back in 15 minutes. All right, I'll see you back in 15 minutes.
All right, 15-minute break, which means we can go over what we have heard so far, which is a lot, but also has been pretty quick. It's only been 3 witnesses so far. Oh, that's it. Actually, those are the 3 witnesses. Okay, so this is day 1 of the penalty phase. This is what happens in Florida, where you go through a guilt phase and then a penalty phase. Guilt phase has to be 12, has to be unanimous. Penalty phase is only 8 out of the 12. That was changed after the Nicholas Cruz Parkland shooting. They changed that law. So now the judge comes in and she says, you, the jury, will decide life without parole or DP. She talks about aggravating factors. She talks about Demorris being previously convicted. So then I'm thinking the jury at this point, I know we're all kind of talking about it in chat, but I think the jury's like, whoa, he's got priors. We didn't know about those priors. Now we know about them, or we're going to hear about them. She talks about especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. And then she says victim impact statements may be presented. Then the state does an opening, and they only went for 9 minutes, 55 seconds, so basically 10 minutes. He talks about those aggravating factors. He says you're going to hear from 3 witnesses, and we just heard from the third one. So he brings up, or he talks about there's going to be a district attorney from California you're going to hear about. We're going to talk about 1985. Demorris was convicted on 2 separate occasions. You're going to talk about somebody being shot in the face with a shotgun and survived. Oh boy, what happened to the feed? Oh, there. Okay. Somebody was paralyzed. There was somebody that he threatened who he did not shoot. He committed voluntary manslaughter. And then there were 5 previous. All right. All right, you may have to reboot. Looks like we had a moment there. All right, good. Okay, we're back. All right. Yep, we were frozen for a moment. Hey, Claire, how are you? We were frozen there for a moment, but we're back now. So, Missy Russell, how are you? All right. We were frozen there for a minute. All right. So he talks about Adolphus Williams. He was convicted of attempted use of a firearm, using a sawed-off shotgun. Eric Wright, also attempted use of a firearm. Great bodily injury. And then Cesar Guzman, he actually was taken out. His life was taken. And he pled that down to involuntary manslaughter. And that happened on January 6th of 1985. And then there was Jose Hernandez, who was with Cesar when his life was taken. He was convicted of attempted on Eric Wright, voluntary manslaughter on Cesar, and assault on Jose. So those were the 3. One of those 3 is paraplegic. One of those 3 he is paraplegic right now. I'm not sure which one. Well, we know Cesar Guzman's no longer with us. Oh, I guess great bodily injury would be Eric Wright. So we knew about these 3. We knew he took somebody's life. He put another person in a wheelchair, and then this third person was with them. Then we also know that he was in so he spent time in jail, 1985 to 1997. He gets out, and then Ivana Huntley. This was March 29th, 2022, right? So this happened in June of 2022. So a couple months before, he's out in California again, and he's beating up on his girlfriend, and the girlfriend's friend steps in, and she's like, I called the cops. He's like, are you going to have me arrested? And he shoots her in the neck, I think, and then he shoots her in the face. So that's Ivana Huntley. So that's 1, 2, 3. That's 4. So that's 2 people he's taken the lives of, and then now this is a fifth incident where that's why I think whatever happened, I still don't think the state really proved that he did what they're saying he did to Theresa. But whatever did happen, he didn't want to be anywhere near this because he was on the run. He was on the run from this Ivana Huntley, which had only happened a couple months before. So I don't think he wanted anything to do with it. So I think he stole that van and he took off to Texas, and he was trying to hide. Personally, that's where I land with this. I don't think because he was using a different name. He was using a fake name. So if the police come and they say, okay, what happened here? They're going to find out that he's possibly wanted for this. Well, not possibly. He is wanted for this crime out in Oakland, out in California. So, so then we heard from Adria Gerardi. She's a fingerprint expert. She just reviewed her credentials, and then that was it. She didn't really, she didn't talk about fingerprints per se, which was weird. And then finally, Brittany Adkins. She did a victim impact statement. She read in Octavius Hayes's statement, which of course he's the son of Theresa. So, Sparkling Princess. Let's see. I agree still, but you are glad. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not really. I'm just not. I don't think the state met their burden on this one. So, anyway. Mama of a medic, you agree? Yeah. And I think he just took off because if they, I mean, he was literally, they would have caught, I mean, they would have asked him, let me show me your ID. He's got a fake ID and or a fake name, or he wouldn't be able to produce that. They're gonna haul him back to California. So, Angelica, yeah, I agree. They didn't prove their case. I think they're relying on his priors to convict. I think they proved it, and he was found guilty. Kathy says. Yeah, we were somewhat split. I think 59% of you said yeah, they did prove it, and then 41 said no. So, I'm not. He's clearly not a good guy. So. I mean, it is what it is. He's 60 years old, or he's about to be. I think when was his birthday? April. I think he just turned, or he's about to turn 60. 18th. Yeah, his birthday is the 18th. April 18th, 1966. So he's about to turn 60. If he's on the row, then he gets an appeal straight away, and then I think it's like 20 years or something in Florida. Let me see. All right, time on D row. There are 253 people on D row. There's somebody who's been there for 50 years. Holy smokes. He's won the longest tenures. Let me see. Time on D row. So I'm trying to find Florida. I think I remember reading it's like 20 years or something like that. Spend 23 hours. Length of time. Nope. I know I've been able to find this before. Now, of course, I can't find it. All right, so people on death D row usually spend a decade. Here, maybe it's this one. Nope. Oh, who's gifting memberships? Aussie Gardner, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. All right, let's see here. Private citizen is paid $200 per. The cell is 7 by 9 by 8.5. This only goes to 2003. All right, that doesn't help me. I used to be able to find this really quickly, and I can't find it. Hey, Anthony, good morning to you. Let's see here. Ooh, Aussie Gardner, you got Angelica. Awesome. Elsie, does he have to serve the sentence in California? That's a really good question. We're not quite sure. We're not quite sure what. Not quite sure how that's going to work. I really don't know. I don't know why I can't find this answer. I was able to find it earlier, before. But it's giving me issues right now. Okay, how long are Florida inmates on death before death? I am just really having an issue finding it. The average time is 22 years. The average time in Florida is 22 years. That's the average time. So, okay, so he's 60. To get back to that, he's 60. The average time is 22 years, so he'd be 80. So I don't know if he has to go back to California first. I'm not quite sure. I'm really not sure how that works.
Or witnesses do you have witnesses that you intend to call via WebEx?
Yes, Your Honor, but 1:30, it's in California, it's 7:30 in the morning.
Okay. And there's no other evidence or anything that we could do?
Unfortunately, I would like to not do things out of order, so the videotape recording that we made in New Mexico of Mr. and Mrs. Alexander, I'll just have to do that at any time, but we have their son, Sherman, to come right after that to sort of help explain it.
Okay.
But in any case, it won't be the whole morning.
All right. Then I'll bring the jury in. I will let them go to lunch and have them report back at 1:25.
That'd be great.
Then we will try to get them on and make sure everything's working before we bring the jury back in at 1:30.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you mind if I explain that the witnesses that will be appearing remotely are in California, which is 3 hours difference, which is why we're waiting until 1:30?
No, ma'am, I don't mind at all. While we're here, I would like to move the court to strike the heinous, atrocious, and cruel aggravator. So the basis of our motion on that is based entirely on Dr. Ellis's testimony, wherein he repeatedly said during his testimony that essentially he did not know if the victim was conscious, and that there were no defensive wounds whatsoever, which showed that she was struggling in any way. He continually qualified his answers about how long it would take for someone to asphyxiate. He said, if she was conscious, there's no evidence whatsoever that she was conscious. And so that, in and of itself, would demonstrate that she couldn't have suffered if she was unconscious. And as I said, there were no defensive wounds whatsoever, which indicate that she was conscious. The heinous, atrocious, and cruel aggravator that been described by the Supreme Court as proper, only and tortious murders, those that evince extreme and outrageous depravity, as exemplified either by the desire to inflict a high degree of pain or utter indifference to, or even enjoyment in the suffering of another. And that's in Rimmer versus State 825 subsection 304 2002. So there's no eyewitness testimony from anyone who witnessed the strangulation, and no objective evidence to demonstrate that she was conscious at the time, then I think it is impossible for the jury to infer from that either the amount of time that would have taken for it to happen, or maybe she could have been consciously aware that it was happening. I mean, the scientific evidence was that she was heavily intoxicated. At a minimum, something in the vicinity of 0.25. So there's no evidence in cases such as people aggravated.
Thank you, Mr. Boston.
Your Honor, we know from the evidence that there was no medical injury that would have caused her to fall into unconsciousness. There was no brain bleeding, there was no skull fracture. We all know potentially caused her to drift into unconsciousness. We also know that after they fell down the stairs, by the testimony of 3 witnesses, that she got up, walked up a flight of stairs on her own. She didn't have to be carried, she didn't have to be drugged up. So she was capable and aware enough to take step by step and go inside the house. We also know inside the house that there was a large hole in the wall, consistent with a struggle, which would be consistent with consciousness. We also know that her watch was broken, consistent with a struggle, and consistent with consciousness. Blood alcohol level, according to the autopsy result, was 0.28. We know it was likely a little lower than that. How much, we don't know, because of the alcohol fermentation process caused by the decomposition process and bacteria causing alcohol to be produced. But regardless of the blood alcohol level, again, she was still conscious and aware enough to be able to walk on her own up a flight of stairs prior to her murder. Additionally, Judge, we have physical objective evidence of the markings on her neck, on the back, on both sides of her neck, predominantly on the right side. And we know that the testimony is consistent with, and the jury could reasonably find, that those were caused by fingernail marks during the strangulation process. If they were from the defendant's hands, we don't have a linear set of 5 finger marks consistent with holding and not adjusting. We have multiple locations in multiple places. So if they're from the defendant, that means that he was adjusting multiple times and causing multiple imprints in different locations, which would be indicative of a struggle in the victim fighting. If those fingernail marks are from the victim, that is clearly signs that she was trying to remove his hands from her neck, that she was aware, that she was struggling, and that she was conscious. That struggling process, as Dr. Utz described, is going to delay the period of time by which it would take her to fall into unconsciousness, because as she struggles, the carotid artery and the jugular veins are going to be loosened up, blood is going to flow back into the brain, which is going to delay the unconsciousness from occurring. So bottom line, based on all of that evidence, a reasonable jury could find that that strangulation in and of itself, based on all these factors, she was conscious, she was aware of what was happening, and this was heinous, atrocious, horrible.
Thank you. Any response?
Just only that I think the state's really pyramiding inferences at this point. I mean, Dr. Utz never definitively said that those were fingernail scratches. And certainly the scratches could have been caused by anything else. And he answered under cross-examination that, yeah, it could be anything. Anything could cause that. They don't look like fingernail scratches. And in any case, her fingernails were examined, they were removed, they were checked, and nothing was found. So I just think that also that we don't know when the death happened. It could have been hours after the fall down the stair. There's simply no way of knowing how long that could have taken. So it's impossible to link together all of these events in such a way that it amounts to her being conscious at the moment that this happened.
I'm going to deny the motion at this time. So I'll bring the jury in. I will excuse them for lunch, and then I need to have some additional discussions with the attorneys. So let's bring the jury in.
You want us to rest?
Yes, I'm going to have you rest in front of the jury.
Jury dinner.
You may be seated. Dave, you may call your next witness.
I'm Your Honor, the state rests.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested its penalty phase case. I've spoken with the attorneys about the next witnesses that will be called. They are being called via video from California, which is 3 hours different from our time. And they anticipate calling them at 1:30. So I'm going to give you an extra long lunch break. I do apologize for that. However, I want to make sure once we have the California folks that all the equipment's working and you will be able to hear what's going on. So I'm going to ask that you be back at the location designated by the court deputies at 1:25. We will start promptly at 1:30 with those witnesses from California. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. And do not read or watch or listen to any news accounts of this case. Leave your pads and pens on the chairs. They will be there when you return, and I will see you back at 1:30. You may be seated. I am going to need pretty shortly from the defense its list of mitigators that you want me to include in the final jury instructions in Word.
Yes, ma'am. Is it all right if I provide it overnight?
Yes, that'll be fine. If you could provide those overnight in Word, and I'll send them both to the 99 Orange email as well as to the prosecutor's team. All right. Anything else that we need to take up? I'm going to ask that you be back at 1:15. We'll try to get I'll have AV here at 1:15. And we will make sure that we have everybody. Are they all in the same location?
They're separate. No, they're all in separate locations. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to have 3 separate links.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, if it works for one, hopefully it's working for everybody.
Hopefully. We had them all on Zoom yesterday.
We were able to communicate with them yesterday, Your Honor, so we coordinated some lighting issues and some sound issues, but we think we've got that under control.
Okay, good enough. Then I'll see you back at 1:15.
All right, so 11, 12, 1 hour, 2 hours. We have 2 hours. That's a long break. Well, wasn't anticipating that. What's 8 o'clock there? 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock on the west coast, west side. So they're going to have 3. Okay, so the defense is going to have 3 witnesses as well, and then they're going to do closings. It's already 8 a.m. in Closing. Yep. So, well, There's 3 of them from 3 different locations, they said. Oh, great. And we lose our feed as well. Oh, and it's back. All right. Well, I guess 8 o'clock's pretty early. I know I wouldn't want to be on a Zoom under oath at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock I could see. I would do 9 o'clock. 8 o'clock, yeah, that's still a little early to be in front of a judge. I could do 9. I could do 9. Sparkling Princess, who the heck is going to stick up for him? I have no idea. There's 3 people, though. There's 3 people. That's not early. It's all relative, right? It's all relative. It's all relative. Early for some may not be early for others. I'm usually eating breakfast by 8. Getting out of the shower, eating breakfast. Oh yeah, here. Maybe work on the audio. Maybe they can work on the audio while there's audio right there. They have a microphone coming down from the ceiling. I think the judge has a mic. There's a microphone at the podium. I think that's about it. Surely. I have no idea why Californians can't go on Zoom at 8. You're in Pacific time zone and you've been up watching this for hours now. Well, like I said, it's all relative. I would personally, I would not want to be, I could not be ready. Well, I mean, I could be ready. I could be ready at any time, to be quite honest. But if they told me 8 o'clock, I'd be ready at 8 o'clock. Yeah. I think it's all what you're told. I mean, if they were told, hey, be ready by 8, they should be ready by 8, whatever. I don't know. Angelica, I imagine it's some kind of therapy person sticking up for him, saying he was abandoned as a kid. He suffers from such and such. Maybe. We haven't heard anything about mental anything. We haven't heard anything about his mental state or whatever. Mama of a Medic, what's next for us trial-wise? Charles Jones, Julio Fulio out of Tampa Bay. We're going to be doing deep dives. We're going to be doing at least 3 days, if not 4 days, of pretrial prep. So starting Wednesday, because I think they're going to be done here by tomorrow. So, and then we're also, so that's going to be our next big case. And we have 3 days ready for you guys, probably 4 days to be quite honest. We have 4 days ready for you guys. They're currently in jury selection. They've been in jury selection since last Wednesday. And they are anticipating going this full week as well. It's a DP case as well. There's 4 defendants. So that's a DP case as well. And each defendant has like 2 or 3 lawyers. I think one of them even has like 7 or 8 lawyers. So it's a process. It's taking a long time. And the judge is the same judge that tried Alicia Andrews. She was considered the lookout for the driver. That's our next big one. That's our next big one. Missy, you wake up at 5, your brain doesn't function until about 9. Sparkling, I'll have to check that trial to see if I will watch it. It's a lot of firearms. It's pretty much two groups, 2 gangs in Jacksonville, rapping. Pretty decent musicians. I mean, they've got millions and millions of views on their YouTube channels, and they're feuding, they're beefing, and it just led to a lot of people being taken out. Let's see. Good vibes. Yes. Can't wait for Charles Jones. It will definitely be interesting for sure. Shirley, yeah, another Florida trial. You're on Pacific. Apparently can't be expected to be up that early. Well, we're going to be doing Carlos Dominguez, I think. When's Carlos? Let's see. Carlos is in May. Yeah, actually, Carlos will be our next one. That's out of UC Davis. That's out of Sacramento area. So, yeah. Julio will take us until May, and then Carlos. So there's relief on the horizon for you, Shirley. Then we'll be on California time. Then everybody on the East Coast will be like, I can't get up. I can't get up. Yes, Sherry, that is the one. Did she ever get sentenced? Yes. They tried to get the judge removed, but she was sentenced. Let's see. Hold on a sec. Oh, I guess she hasn't been sentenced. Wait a minute. Wait, her sentencing is December 8th. Wait, hold on a sec. Oh, they're waiting until December to sentence her? Hold on. Oh, her sentencing is December 8th at 8:30. And this is from March. This was just released March 5th. So she's not being sentenced until December. All right, so she's not being sentenced until December, it looks like. All right. Yeah, Kaylee. Yeah, we have Paul Canero's sentencing. We have Corey Richens' sentencing, and what was the third one? There was another third one. Brendan Banfield, I think. Yeah, Brendan Banfield is the 8th. I think Canero's the 11th or the 15th, and then Corey Richens. They're all one right after another. They're all one right after another. Let me see if I can find it. I know let's see here. I should have written it down. Anyway, yeah, Paul Canero, Banfield, and Corey Richens are all going to be like one right after another. The judge was removed because of bias. Yeah, because of bias. Yep. And that's the one where her defense attorneys brought in chat from Court TV. Like Court TV was people in Court TV's chat or Law and Crime were saying, "Wow, this judge is biased." So they brought that in. They brought that into evidence. It is Eric's birthday. Yeah, Corey Richens is going to be sentenced on Eric's birthday. Yeah. Julio Fulio or Charles Jones. Charles Jones or Julio Fulio. We're going to start our pretrial prep on Wednesday. So we'll start on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So definitely join us for that. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of players. A lot. That's all I can say is there's just a lot. There's just a lot. Let me see. All right, so Canero is the 12th. All right, so we got Banfield on the 8th, Canero on the 12th, Corey Richens on the 13th. I'm going to write that down. I need to write that down. All right, we got Brendan Banfield is the 8th. It's May 8th. We got Paul Canero. Canero's the 12th. And then we got Corey Richins is the 13th. Right? So that's quite a lot. And then we have Carlos Dominguez is starting on the 7th. So we got Carlos on the 7th. So May's going to be busy. May is definitely going to be busy. Good night, Deviant. Have a good one. Sentencing row, exactly. Iowa, looking forward to those sentences. Should I take notes from the deep dive? If you want, it's going to be a lot. It is going to be a lot. But yeah, take notes for sure. No, Julio was shot in Tampa after it was his birthday and he did a show, and he was posting on Instagram and inviting people to come over, and unfortunately the other side came over and shot him up. But it's after a long running beef between the two sides. So yeah, join us on Wednesday. We'll talk about it all. We'll talk about that and much more. All right. What do we want to watch? What do we want to watch? Trying to think what can we watch that has to do with this trial. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find some documents we can check out. And I'll take lunch at like 12 or so. All right, nothing there. Let's see here. So he was on America's Most Wanted. I know some of you were saying that. He was on America's Most Wanted. Wow, he has a Wikipedia page. All right, born in 67. That's incorrect. He was born in 66. Wikipedia is wrong. Imagine that. He first took out 18-year-old Cesar Guzman, who we heard about, in January 1985. He was sentenced to 24 years before he was released through parole in 1997, so we knew about that. And then 2002, it was Avora Huntley, so we knew her. We know her name. Let's see. So he was sentenced to 110 years in life in 2005. Hold on a sec. Let's see. How on earth did he get out? Wait, this makes no sense. All right, let's read through this. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so he committed his first deletion January of 1985. He was 18 at the time. He shot and took out Cesar Guzman, who was also 18. And then the next month, he shot Eric Wright and Adolphus Williams in a separate incident. Wright was left paraplegic, but he passed away in 1986. It was Williams that survived. Okay, Adolphus Williams survived. All right. Hunter was eventually caught and charged with the shooting and deletion of Guzman. Hunter reached a plea agreement with the prosecution. He was sentenced to 24 years. He served 13 in Folsom State Prison. He was released in November of 1997. Then Avora Huntley, 5 years after being released from prison, he committed his second. So this took place in Oakland. So earlier that same day, he had been assaulting his then girlfriend when the 41-year-old Avora intervened in an attempt to stop him. However, Hunter turned to punching and kicking Huntley before he stopped and went to a nearby apartment to retrieve a .38 caliber semi-automatic. He went outside. While Hunter was outside, Huntley called the police and reported this assault. After retrieving the firearm, Hunter approached Huntley, who was outside on the streets waiting for the police. After Hunter asked Huntley if she would have him arrested, she replied yes. This led to Hunter aiming at her chin and fired one shot. She fell down on the street and he shot her again, to which she passed away. According to the autopsy, her spinal cord was severed by the first bullet through the chin, while the other bullet cut through her artery on the neck. Hunter was identified as a suspect after witnesses told police they saw him running away from the scene. That's why, then he comes down to Florida. So that is why he did not want to have anything to do with Theresa. So even though Theresa may have been an accident, he may have strangled her. I don't know. The jury thought that he did strangle her, but I'm thinking wow, you okay? I'm thinking that even if she just slipped and fell down those steps, he didn't want to have anything to do with her, because the cops would have came and they would have been like, "Oh, you're wanted for shooting somebody earlier in the year, terribly too, like just horrible." All right, so he fled to Orlando. He resettled in College Park. He moved into an apartment through mutual friends, and he met 38-year-old Theresa Ann Green. And she resided with her 14-year-old son, which we know is Octavius. Okay, come on. Please move. Thank you. Stop. So then we know about what happened with Theresa. All right. So after that, police investigations into these cases eventually identified Demorris as the prime suspect behind them. His personal particulars, including his phone number and name, were also released publicly by Oakland in hopes to arrest him. There was also a warrant of arrest that was issued by Florida. Oh, so this is when he appears on America's Most Wanted. So a federal arrest warrant was also issued in June of 2002, charging him with unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. So he was listed on as one of FBI's most wanted criminals. So he was featured on the show America's Most Wanted. So while he was on the run, he stole the identity of Michael Berry, right? We've heard that name, a prominent executive and community activist, and made use of the real Berry's identity to sign up to 15 new credit cards and accumulated up to thousands of dollars in bills. Wow, didn't know this. According to the Washington Post, which first published the story of Berry, the amount of money owed as well as Hunter's status as a wanted suspect. Berry was constantly threatened with the risk of arrest until Hunter was identified. Oh my gosh, can you imagine? So then, February 23rd, 2003, Hunter was located by police in Houston. So we knew about that through testimony. So a tip was provided by the FBI. So a group of FBI agents, Houston police officers, we heard testimony from who was the Monroe Gage. So Monroe Gage arrested him. and Harris County Sheriff's deputies. They arrested him in southeastern Houston. So when she received news of Hunter's arrest, Theresa Green's mother was relieved at the capture of her daughter's deleter. But her reaction was mixed overall because she felt that her daughter would not have passed away if California authorities kept Hunter in prison. So then there's that. So she's not happy with California for letting him out after only, 12 years or so. So after his arrest, he was extradited back to California, charged with the murder of Huntley. And so the trial in California, so March 22nd, 2005, Oakland jury found Demorris Hunter guilty of deleting Evora Huntley. So now we know why people in Florida knew him as Mike. We figured, we heard that name, we heard Mike Berry, Brat, and we figured that was like a fake name. We figured that was a fake name. I didn't realize that. I didn't know all this other backstory though. All right, so let's see. So Oakland jury found him guilty. Judge Julie Conger sentenced him on May 5th of 2005, 110 years. Deputy District Attorney John Bruhard, we heard him. He testified earlier, just today, described the brutal and cold-blooded nature of Huntley's deletion. The facts of this case and the defendant's shocking criminal history demonstrate that he is a miserable human being who richly deserves the sentence of 110 years to life. In response to the conviction of her daughter's deleter, Huntley's mother told the press that she was glad to hear the recommended sentence sought by the prosecution, knowing that Hunter would spend the rest of his life in prison for taking out her daughter, who was one of 6 children in their family. The 64-year-old woman stated that she missed her daughter, still looked at her photos even after 3 years since she had passed away. She vividly remembered Huntley's last phone call, which was made an hour before. Aw, that's terrible. All right. So Huntley's mother is saying that he should face the DP since he has done a lot of damage to her and other people. So May 6th, 2005, he was sentenced to life in prison, was ordered to serve a minimum of 110 years before he could be considered for parole. He was incarcerated at the Salina Valley State Prison starting May 16th of 2025. Now, this is really weird. Despite his sentence of 110 years to life, he'll be eligible for parole March of 2028 under the Elderly Parole Program. Are you kidding me? So he's going to be up for parole. Even though it says 110 years minimum, he's still going to be up for parole March of 2028 under the Elderly Parole Program. So that means he'll be 62. He'll be just shy of 62. And because I guess he's considered elderly at that point, he'll be up for parole. Go figure that. All right, February 7th, 2015, he was extradited back to California. I'm sorry, he was extradited from California to Florida to face the charges of Theresa Green. The state attorney filed a notice of intent to seek the DP. So we know he faced multiple delays. He went through like 6 lawyers. I think he had a heart attack. Of course, COVID slowed things down. So. Unbelievable, right? Well, I guess, let's look up California elderly. California elderly parole program. All right, let's look this up. What is it? All right, the elderly parole program in California allows eligible incarcerated individuals to have their parole suitably considered. So it's just considered by the Board of Parole. You have to be 50 years or older. Time served, you have to serve a minimum of 20 years. All right. Oh, this is from the California Corrections. Let me go here. Let me go to the actual, okay. An elderly parole hearing is a parole suitability hearing for an incarcerated person who is eligible for the elderly parole program. Depending on the person's conviction and sentence, they may be eligible for elderly parole after being incarcerated for at least 20 years and reaching 50 years of age, or being incarcerated at least 25 years and reaching 60 years of age. Okay. So incarcerated persons are eligible unless they are sentenced to DP or life without the possibility of parole. All right. So it has to be reaching 50 and spending 20 years, continuously 20 years, or reaching 60 and spending 25 years. So they may also, so at the hearing, they are also required to give special consideration to the incarcerated person's advanced age, long-term confinement, and diminished physical condition, if any. I don't think he's getting out, especially since, well, he's going to be on D-row, so he's not going back to California. So we don't have to worry about this. We're getting all excited about this, but I don't think we have to worry about this. I don't think we have to worry about this. Florida's not going to release him. There's no way. And California will be like, yeah, you can keep him. We don't want him. So these elderly offender factors are also considered by the board's forensic clinical psychologists when preparing risk assessments for elderly parole hearings. Boy, kitties are getting crazy. All right. I honestly don't think we have to worry about that. If an incarcerated person is denied parole at an elderly parole hearing, they will be denied parole for 15, 10, 7, 5, or 3 years. So I honestly do not envision him leaving Florida. I don't think he's going to leave Florida. I think, and you guys were saying, DP is higher than what he's facing. So, Aussie, you're 65 and you're still young. Crazy Mary Joe, you are drifting towards elderly at 78. Mel, 60 isn't elderly. Well, that's what they're considering it. As a native Southern Floridian wizard says, I would agree with you, but it is usually a beautiful state from north to south. Sparkling Princess, yeah, Florida would just take him anyway. Yeah, he's not leaving. He's not getting out of Florida. Wizard says you are drifting to elderly at 56. I feel like you're 90. Never underestimate the insanity that exists in California. Yeah, who knows? Nikki, an older man in California just applied for this elderly parole, accused of very serious essay with children. I think the prisoner is 60, so very wrong. Yeah, they should not. They should not let him out. Again, it's just they go in front of the parole board. That doesn't mean they're going to be let out. We have to keep that in mind. Just because they're going in front of the parole board doesn't mean they're going to get out. So. Hey, Gordon. What are you guys doing back there? They're getting crazy. 50 is not elderly. I agree. 50 is not elderly. Angelica, I think elderly should not be considered a mindset. There are some elderly that can run circles around me. Yeah, Donna was sentenced to life at 74. That's true. Then there's that. JMS, I remember getting a senior discount at Dunkin' Donuts when you turned 55. Arwin says, even elderly people can commit heinous crimes. 100% agree. 100% agree. Yeah, thank goodness life without parole in Florida is truly life, Nikki says. Surely, yeah, they just tease them with the possibility of parole. That's true. That's true. Oh, Angelica, that was a typo. Elderly should now be considered a mindset. Oh, okay. Let me go back and read. Okay. I think elderly should now be considered a mindset. There are some elderly that can run circles around you. Okay. Did I read that right now? Age is only a number. That is true. I know people that I have friends that are, in their 40s that take more medications than I do. It's just what it is. What it is. You can be in your 20s and feel like you're old. You can be in your 70s or 80s and feel like you're young. Right? That's all how you look at life, embrace life. Mama says, my heinous crime is sitting in my chair, crocheting, waiting on my next birthday on Friday to reach you. Oh, well, happy early birthday. JMS will be 65 in June. Wizard of Vezi, hand raised there. Iowa Backyard says, I have never aged people well. A girl 2 years older than me at one of my jobs I thought was 30, and I was probably 18 at the time. Might have been because she was married and had a drinking issue. Okay, good. I got it right. And then there's also the mindset of the older I get, the younger I act. I always admire when I was like young, like 20, 30s. I always admired, my grandparents and or people that I would meet that were in their 60s and 70s. Even 80s, and I'm like, wow, you have no filters. Your filters are completely off. I'm like, I can't wait to be that age when my filters are off. I can't wait to be the age where I can just like say pretty much whatever I want to say and be like, well, I'm old, I can get away with it. The things you could say when you're 85, you can't say when you're 20. Or you could say something when you're 85 and people are like, oh, grandpa, what are you doing? But if you say that when you're 20, you're like, you get smacked, you get arrested. I don't know. Anyway, AWOL, hey, how's it going, man? In your opinion, I think his defense will call an expert to testify as to the easy way of life on DP console compared to Gen Pop. DP has more comforts and easy day-to-day, safer as well. Nikki, hey, I'm 80 and still take care of myself, my home, my 16-year-old pup. Nice. And cook dinners and deliver to neighbors. Nice. Good for you. Good for you. Anthony, thank you. Camilla says, I met a 72-year-old gentleman on my way to Brazil that he traveled 64 times. Wow. Oh, that he had traveled. Wow. He went to Brazil 64 times? Wow. I went to, I had this friend when I was living down in southern Florida. We lived close to spring training, right? So we would go, my buddy and I, he was from New York. I'd spent time in New York. So we would go watch baseball, right? Because we love baseball. And it was fun to see spring training. He had a friend who was like 98, I think, or 99. This guy, he was like in his mid to late 90s, and he would go. He went to spring training with us. He was a former New Yorker. He traveled to New York to see his daughter. His daughter was, I think she owned a gallery, she was an artist. She was a visual artist, and she had a show opening up at a gallery, and he traveled up there. He traveled up by himself, and he was like 97, 98. I'm like, man, that guy. He amazed me, and he went to spring training with us. We parked, he walked, we sat in the bleachers for like 7 innings. I was blown away. I was blown away at his vitality. I'm like, wow. Right. So it all boils down to quality of life as well. Right. You could be 20 years old and your quality of life isn't that good, or you could be 90 and your quality of life is really good. Same with pets. Same with animals. What's the quality of life? What's your quality of life? If your quality of life is solid, and you're in your 70s, 80s, 90s, more power to you. If your quality of life isn't that good, then there's that. You have to look at that. So, Gordon, I used to feel young for my age. Since your beloved wife passed 6 years ago, I now feel old for your age. 70 in November. Sorry, Gordon. I know that probably takes a lot. That's for sure. Yeah, having somebody in your life definitely, whether it's, a human, obviously, or if it's a pet, if it's an animal, keeps you active. So sorry to hear about that, Gordon. 6 years now. Sorry. Wizard, your aunt just passed away right before her 106th birthday. Angelica, that was your grandma. I missed that smart mouth, right? Sparkling Princess, I love going to lunch with my grandma, and she says like the worst things so out loud. I mean, there's one thing where it's like racist or like, don't say that. Because Aaron's grandmother lived with us for, about 2 years, I think? Yeah, 3 years. And she said some really, really inappropriate things. So it's like, sometimes it's like, yeah, you can say things, it's like, Graham, what are you doing? You can't say those things. You just can't. Even if you're 90, you can't say those things. Even though sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can't say those things. Sherry, I've kept busy and active my whole life. I turned 70 last September and felt great. Then 2026 came upon me, but still take care of yourself, your son, your house, your pets, and your garden. Nice. Wizard of Ezzy, your quality of life really sucks right now. I have a hopeful view of my near future, but right now it's in the basement. All right. Just keep on keeping on. Angelica, so I think we should make an executive decision to change the term elderly to a mindset and quality of life. Yeah, I could see that. Sparkling Princess, they have no filter. I know, right? Rita, going on 79, get in trouble with with grandkids with my mouth. So you know what I talk about. Wizard of Ezzy says there's a generational thing when old people are inappropriate. And then there's that. I know I'm sure I'm saying things that people are like, you can't say that. What are you talking about? Because what was appropriate for us when we were in our 20s and 30s, even teenagers, what we grew up with, it was appropriate. But now things change. Things change over time. And if you keep up with it, you keep up with it. If you don't keep up with it, then you're left behind, I suppose, or you still live in that mindset. Bama Green Eyes, my age depends on what body part you ask. My hips, knees, and shoulders are 90. My real life age is 67. That is true. There are days I wake up and I'm like, yeah, I don't feel like that. I feel like, I feel 20 years older. Or when I wake up and I feel good, I feel 20 years. I feel 20 years younger. Richard, at 67 glasses, 68 glasses, 68 prostate cancer, 69 hearing aids, you turn 70 in October and you're wondering what's next. Yep, you're going to wake up with a new ailment. Okay, so that same friend, Mel Stiller, a lot of things are generational, of course. That same friend I told you about that we would go to spring training, he said, do you remember when we were in our 20s and our teens and 20s, we would talk, when you got together with your buddies, what would you talk about? You talk about girls, you talk about music, you talk about, see, that's inappropriate. You talk about the other, finding somebody, let me put it that way. You talk about music, you talk about partying, you talk about that. Now when you're in your 60s and 70s, you talk about what medication you're on. So I thought that was pretty clever. So you go from talking about having fun to talking about what kind of medications you're on. Let's see. Hellwriter, wait till I hit the 50s. I know, right? Well, it's I'm not looking forward to waking up with, new pain. I mean, I do wake up with new pains every day, but I like to stretch. I do a lot of stretching, and I've been unable to stretch lately because of certain things. But I've been able to sort that out, and I'm back. I'm able to go back to stretching again, and doing my morning routine. Debbie, that's true. I am shout. There is a difference. An older person in prison is like dropping an older person into an Amazon jungle. Now let me put this to you. If that older person has been incarcerated multiple times and then has been in prison since they were like in their 20s or 30s, does that? I guess it is like the jungle, because the younger ones come in and then they beat on the older ones. Is that how it works? They just don't care. Thank you, Hellrider. I do my best. Yeah, so do the younger inmates pick on the older inmates? Is that how it works? Even though they've been there maybe for 20 or 30 years? Or do the older inmates say, I guess if you're smart, you would befriend the younger ones so that they could protect you. Prison is survival of the fittest, not the age of the person. Yeah. Mr. Demorris Hunter is accustomed to the benefits of incarceration, Mel says. Gordon, I always say it was more fun to be 20 in the 70s than 70 in the 20s. There you go. Yeah, England, the UK in the 70s, that would have been fun. That would have been fun for sure. Linda, I can't believe I just turned 69 a few days back. Will always be young in mind and spirit. Sherry, I think they pick sides when they go in, so they'll always have protection. That's what I've heard. Yeah. But I can see, like again, the law of the jungle, that lion that gets older and can't protect itself anymore. The younger, there's always going to be somebody who's stronger than you, faster than you, smarter than you, whatever it is. So you just got to find your spot. But I suppose if you've been in there long enough, you have developed alliances. So let's see, just a few days back. Well then, Linda, happy belated birthday, as everybody is wishing you happy belated birthday. Oh, when I said Sherry, you made Siri go off. Oops. Siri, buy pizza. Have 10 pizzas sent to. AWOL, but really the young ones come in and don't follow the rules the OGs have in place. They eventually fall into line. The OGs have pull. I would think so too. I would think so too, because they've been there long enough. They know, they know what's going on. There has to be a certain amount of, the young bucks coming in trying to find their way though too. There's got to be that as well. But I don't know. Can I have 10 pizzas delivered? Siri, please deliver 10 pizzas to Squeegee. Yeah, saucy. AWOL says, also the OG older people may be institutionalized and the young ones aren't yet. Oh no, Alexa keeps saying, I don't get that. Twice now in 5 minutes. I haven't spoken a word. They're listening to, oh, I didn't get that. Yes, they are. Mama of a Medic says, probably depends on the prison. That's true. Hey, while your friend works for New Jersey State Prison, their stories are pretty interesting. Yeah, interesting is an interesting word to use. I'm sure they have some serious stories. Sparkling Princess dropping some pizza. Gigi says, your Siri said no to your pizza request. No pizza for you. Siri just said, no pizza for you. Squeege is a very bad man. He's a very bad man. Missy says, I couldn't do prison. I'm not meant for those streets. Wizard says, because they are listening in the background, you shut off your Alexa. Smart. Yep. Hellrider, happy Monday to you as well. Richard says, I had so many paroles tell me some horrific stories as to prison life, yet we ended up rearresting many of them. Right. Debbie, thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Welcome in, new members. Welcome in. Did you get anybody in chat? Does not look like it. Rosie, Belinda, Rhonda, Allie, and Ambitious. Oh, ambitious. Ambitious. Welcome in. Yes, good vibes. Debbie, you are amazing. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you. And I will echo what Aussie says as well. Thank you so much. Anthony saying thank you to Debbie. Mel saying thank you to Debbie. Hellrider saying thank you to Debbie. Come on down, new members. Wizard, it's raining memberships again. All right, well, one good thing is we can feed the kittens at 12 and then get kitty cam going. And then I can have a lunch. And they come back at 1:15, 1:30ish. Well, I guess they're coming back at 1:15 and then they're going to get their Zoom going at 1:30. That's when the folks from California are expected on. Debbie, I send them but never get one. Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate that. And the kitty litter. Thank you for the kitty litter as well. So that thing hanging down there, that with the that's a microphone just to the right of the seal. That's one of the room mics. But they also, I think, the judge has a mic, and then I think there's one at the podium. But they're definitely having problems with the audio. I hope they work on that during lunch. I hope they work on the audio during lunch. All right, Aussie, you're going to lurk for a little bit. Thank you. So Aussie's going to lurk for a little bit. All right. Oh, Wizard of Ezzy and Debbie's going to be your future roommate. I'll let you guys sort that out. Which it seems like you might be. You might be sorting it out. So our poll today is, does Demorris deserve the DP? 73% of you say yes. 27% of you say no. And remember, they only need 8. They only need 8 out of the 12. So it does not have to be unanimous. That changed after the Nicholas Cruz Parkland shooting. So four to change that. Oh, Pale should be here. Oh, okay. All right. I'll check on. I'll go on Saturday. I go every Saturday morning. Mama of a medic, making soup here. Cloudy day, hoping it melts the snow. Wow, you still have snow where you are. Sparkling Princess, you said yes because of his past convictions. Yeah, well, that's an aggravating factor. So that's what the jury's going to have to consider. Jury's going to have to consider all that we heard today, all that they heard today, earlier. And does he deserve, because of his past prior bad acts, does what he did here raise that level? And then again, it's only eight out of 12. So, and the Jose Soto Escalara, it was 8-4. There was 8-4. Let me check. Now, interestingly enough, let me go back to that. Interestingly enough, they took about the same amount of time. Let me just get back to him. Jose Escalara. Where's Jose? All right, so Jose Escalara. That was last September. So the jury found him guilty in 1 hour and 12 minutes. Now the jury here found Hunter guilty in 7 hours, right? Plus that readback. That readback was brutal. So actually deliberations, well, I guess they were still technically deliberating, but that was 7 hours. I do not anticipate them taking 7 hours. The only reason I brought that up is Jose Soto Escalara was 1 hour and 12 minutes to find him guilty, and then why don't I have 1 hour and 21 minutes. So 1 hour and 12 minutes to find him guilty, 1 hour and 21 minutes to convict him to the DP. So basically about the same amount of time, just a few minutes difference. I do not anticipate the jury taking 7 hours, but you never know. You never know how long they're going to take. And then there was a Spencer hearing after that, and then the judge made a decision. So even after the jury deliberates here and comes to a verdict, we're still not going to know. I'm only basing it off of Jose Soto Escalara. I'm only basing it off of that, where even though, so that was September 25th. Then they had a Spencer hearing, which was just October 6th, and then the decision came October 10th. So I'm only basing it off of that. So even though the jury is going to deliberate and come to a verdict here for the penalty, we're not going to know until probably another couple weeks after that. Yeah, it really is. It really is. The Hawaiian trial verdict came back in 8 hours. That was 8 hours. That was long too. Camilla. Yeah, I don't know why Colin is taking so long. Colin Gray sentencing date. Have they done a trial date has yet to be. That was March 4th. March 4th, Atlanta News First. Atlanta News First. So Colin Gray was convicted, which we know. He's facing a maximum of 180 years. Why is it not telling me? Of course, it's not in the article. Yeah, he still no date yet. Still no date. Still no date for Colin. Colt Gray had a hearing that was postponed until April, though. Let me see when that was. Yeah, it just says Colt Gray's been postponed until April. Doesn't show doesn't tell me when. So yeah, nothing for Colin yet. Nothing for Colin yet. Never says, at least with the break, you were able to call your dad, wish him happy 80th. Nice. Did he say anything inappropriate? As we were just talking about, sometimes people, their filters, as we get older, our filters go away. C. Gilmore, your past always catches up with you. Mama of a medic, have you ever seen a judge change the decision of the jury? I don't think so. I'm trying to think of previous ones that we've done. I think it was only Jose Soto's the only one that we've done. And then now this one, and then of course Charles Jones. It's like back-to-back DPs. Richard, according to what you read, a Florida judge cannot override the jury. Really? What's a Spencer hearing? I know I looked this up back then, but no, not Florida. All right, it's an opportunity for the defendant's lawyer to present additional evidence to the judge before a sentence is entered, I should say. You want to go out, buddy? All right, Spencer hearings are relatively recent legal innovations that has emerged in the Florida criminal system since the state Supreme Court ruling regarded a case in 1993. Essentially, these hearings give defendants an opportunity to provide additional evidence to change the penalties imposed by sentencing. The prosecution also participates in these hearings and may also exhibit evidence to support the penalties initially imposed by the jury's decision. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a DP. So the Spencer hearings trace their origins back to 1993, Spencer versus Florida, according to Newsjax. The defendant in this case was accused and convicted of first degree of his wife, in addition to aggravated assault and other felony charges. Spencer opposed the jury's initial convictions carrying the weight of the DP, claiming that inappropriate aggravating circumstances were considered during the trial. He appealed the court's decision to the Florida Supreme Court, which remanded the case back to the judge to consider the application of the DP. Spencer and his attorneys used the hearing to present several arguments to prove significant mitigating circumstances, including the influence of a mental disturbance and inability to understand the moralities of his actions at the time. While the judge overseeing the hearing ultimately confirmed the decision of the jury, it still set a precedent for future cases. All right. Oh, Wade Wilson. Examples, Wade Wilson's mitigation hearing. Cleveland Elementary School shooter Brenda Spencer. Federal sentence variance under Spencer versus United States. So defendants have some leeway when planning their testimony at a Spencer hearing, which is less formal than trial court proceedings. They may speak for themselves while presenting evidence or allow their attorney to represent them. The hearings are generally scheduled sometime after the trial to allow both parties to conduct research and develop arguments to support their view. That's why it took a couple weeks after Jose Soto. Spencer hearings provide defendants with the opportunity to appeal directly to the judge regarding the recommendation put forth by the jury. They are not an avenue for appealing the conviction. Instead, they focus exclusively on the severity of penalties imposed. So far, the hearings have been used to argue for life prison sentences as opposed to execution. So, while Spencer hearings are currently unique in the state of Florida, the precedences set there could contribute to rulings made by courts in other jurisdictions. This concept of a post-trial hearing is particularly relevant in states that allow juries to recommend capital punishment. As these hearings become more prevalent, they will likely become one of the more conventional tactics commonly used by defense attorneys to protect their clients. So there you go. So let me see. Let's see. Can a judge in Florida, it sounds like they may be able to overturn a jury verdict in DP case. All right, can a judge, okay. All right, DP Information Center. Florida is posed to become, what states included? The jury must unanimously find, okay, this was updated. If the jury's recommendation is for life without parole, the judge must impose that sentence. If the jury's recommendation is for unaliving, the judge may impose that sentence or may impose a life sentence. All right, so this is coming from DP Information Center. So Richard, I'm not 100% sure where you saw what you saw, but it seems like the judge may. So let me just drop this in chat so you guys can see it. All right, so that should be if the jury's recommendation is for unaliving, the judge may impose that sentence, or they may impose life. So the judge still can override the jury. The judge can override the jury. So only 4 U.S. states allow judicial overrides: Alabama, Delaware, Florida, and Indiana. So then there's that. So the things you learn watching Trial TV Live. All right, Richard, send me what you've got. Only 4 states have allowed judicial overrides. Only 4 states have allowed judicial overrides: Alabama, Delaware, Florida, and Indiana. Okay, now here's Hurst versus Florida. The amendment repealed a provision in Florida's DP law that had permitted judges to override. Let me see what this is. Oh, this is from 2016. I'm not even going to read that. That's so far long ago. It's been changed. Debbie, if the jury says no DP, can the judge say yes? No, it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like they have to take. All right. The jury must unanimously find jury of at least 8. Has to be 8. Okay, the jury's recommendation is for life. The judge must impose that sentence. If it's for DP, then they may impose it or they may do life. So if the jury, no. So the judge, according to this is the DP Information Center, which I'm thinking is pretty legit. If the jury's recommendation is for life without parole, the judge must impose that sentence. If the recommendation is for you're gone, the judge may impose that or they may impose life. And again, I mean, this seems like a fairly legit, what do you call it? Website, source. So there's the 2. We'll see what Richard emails us. But if the jury's recommendation is for life without parole, the judge must impose that sentence. If the jury's recommendation is for you're gone, the judge may impose that sentence or they may impose a life. So. All right. So Wizard of Ezzy, a judge can go down to life without parole, but cannot go up. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. All right, Joanne, we'll see you in a bit. Yeah, I think I'd probably break for lunch too. Let me see what Richard see. We'll wait for Richard's email to come in. We'll feed kitties and then we'll get some kitty cam going. Joy, I also have to attribute my quality of life to being a vegetarian since the 60s, all fresh food and organic. Yeah, I mean, you are what you eat. There's no question about it. Hellrider, thank you for that. I always look back to just look at yourself like an engine. Look at yourself. You're a car. You're an engine. Got to treat it appropriately. Treat it as such. If you want your car to drive good, drive well, you're going to treat it well. If you want your car to, and if you don't treat it well, it's not going to drive well. All right, yes, lunchtime. Let's get some food. Let's do kitty cam, feed the kitties. We'll do all that. All right, so I will put some music on for you guys, and let me see which soundtrack I have here. Which one is this? Okay. All right, I'll see you guys in about an hour.
gotta be against the law to look this damn good. Watch out now. Cause baby, I feel real good and I wish I would. Watch out now. It's gotta be against the law to look this damn good. Watch out now. Everybody watch out. Watch out now. I'm ready for a good time, and I came to groove. The whole band's here, and we came to move. Got a fresh haircut and 2 new shoes. We're here all night like we got nothing to lose. I'm coming out the jacket, cause we're turning up the heat. I wanna see you clapping when you get up out your seat. It's time to make it happen when we hit these streets. I'm coming in hot, and I can't be beat. Watch out now. Baby, watch out now. Watch out. I'm on the move, I'm going up. I'm a man on a mission with no missions, and I'm looking for love. Oh, I'm just looking for love. It's gotta be against the law to look this damn good. Watch out now. Cause baby, I feel real good, and I wish I would. Watch out now. It's gotta be against the law to look this damn good, baby. Watch out now. Everybody watch out. Last call for some alcohol, and don't forget to tip. The sun went down, but we still rolling. The band's still going, playing all the hits. I guess I'm now too legit to quit. I'm coming out the jacket, cause we're turning up the heat. I wanna see you clapping when you get up out your seat. It's time to make it happen when we hit these streets. I'm coming in hot, and I can't be beat. Watch out now. Everybody watch out. Watch out. I'm on the move, I'm going up. I'm a man on a mission with no missions, and I'm looking for love. Oh, I'm just looking for love. It's gotta be against the law to look this damn good. Watch out now. Cause baby, I feel real good, and I wish I would. Watch out now. It's gotta be against the law to look this damn good, baby. Watch out now. Everybody watch out. Watch out now. Everybody watch out. Watch out now. Watch out. that girl?
No, stop it, man. I saw it first.
My Lord.
Nah, back off, man.
First time I saw you, I knew I had to have you. Don't mean no one night stand. Gotta find a way to be a man. It's something about the way you turned and looked at me. Your smile, it turned me on and set my mind at ease. I'm trying hard not to stare. Don't wanna look thirsty. Just trying to play it cool. Gotta show you that I'm worthy. You walked in all the air and seemed to leave this room. I just had to find a way to get next to you. I'm here to testify. Give me a chance, I'm satisfied. Captivate your heart and I'll blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up cause I'm one of a kind. Eyes up, checking me out. Trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'ma figure it out. Wolves howling at the moon, peacocking acting like a fool. Unbothered as they sit through all the nonsense they throw at you. That type of thing don't interest me when it comes to you. I can't wait to show you that my love is true. Don't wanna miss my chance. Would you mind if I took your hand? Out on the floor, baby, let's dance. Extended cut, DJ, make it last. We're the only ones in here, we're so into this groove. Intoxicated by the way our bodies move. Testify, hey, chance I'm satisfied. Hey, and I'll blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up, cause I'm one of a kind. So, you're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Come on, if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'ma figure it out. Testify, chance I'm satisfied. If you're hard and I blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up, cause I'm one of a kind. So, you're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'ma figure it out.
was there when the fire started, 'cause I was the one who lit the match. My mind blown, mind fucked, I'm mind through the wreckage of what used to be my stuff, and now it's myself. I got $1 billion heart on a dollar store platter. I shouldn't blow my brains out here, just clean the place and that shit to splatter. I got $1 billion mind and a pocket full of butter. I wish I knew one honest way to tell you I'm a liar. 'Cause you only live once, then you only live twice. The devil gives me back rubs and his hands are cold as ice, making sweet love to a mermaid on a rocking paradise. Every now and then, I just gotta roll it out. Oh my God, what have I done? Got too high, I'm good as gone. Oh my God, what have I done? Got too high, licked by the sun. And I was there when the fire ended. Yeah, I was the one who put it out. A mindful, and mind you, I'm running in a minefield, wearing sneakers firefighters can't afford. I got $1 billion heart on a dollar store platter. I shouldn't blow my brains out here, just clean the place and that shit splatter. I got $1 billion mind, but my soul is in the closet. You can mushroom cloud the world, but don't you dare reach for my wallet. 'Cause you only live once, then you only live twice. The devil gives me back rubs and his hands are cold as ice, making sweet love to a mermaid on a rocking paradise. Every now and then, just gotta roll it out. Oh my God, what have I done? Got too high, I'm good as gone. Oh my God, what have I done? Got too high, licked by the sun. Oh my God, what have I done? Got too high, I'm good as gone. Oh my God, what have I done? Got
think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. But still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. Now you gotta watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold shoulder. Yeah. You try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. Give me, Can't run away from it. You gon' pay. Still you try so hard to cover up your games. Got you thinking don't nobody see all this time. Ooh, it ain't nothing changed.
In this life that is bad, I'm not walking by myself. See my brother next to me. We don't care what we'll be. I'll never walk alone again, 'cause I'm still walking with my friends. I play this fun with my head. I'll never walk alone again, 'cause I'm still walking with my friends. I'll play this fun with my head. On the road, living there, they are walking by themselves. You see my fellas close to me. I'm not scared of what I see. I'll never walk alone again, 'cause I'm still walking with my friends. I'll play this fun with my head.
All right, welcome back, everybody. How's everybody doing? Hope you had a good break. And we are waiting for everybody to come back from their lunch break in court. Hope everybody had a good break. Welcome back, welcome back. What do I have here? Tags. Jennifer King, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Turn that off. Iowa Backyard Camp, thank you. Good to be back. I hope you had a good break as well. Kimbers, hello everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Downey Lynn's rocking out. Right on. Glad you are enjoying the music Aaron put together. Yes, Just a Girl Baking. I know. I need to know, are your cats thieves? Do they steal your pen? They like to. They don't necessarily steal pens. What do they steal? No, they're not. I guess not. I guess they're really not thieves per se. They're not too bad. I'm sure I'm missing things that they do steal. Just trying to remember or trying to think of what they do steal. Camilla, yes, we are back. Sparkling Princess, we are back. We are back. Judge asked them to be back at 1:15, but I think she said they would be ready at 1:30. I believe she said that they were the witnesses were going to come on at 1:30. Welcome back, Elaine. One of your cats is a sneaky thief. Yeah, they don't really steal. Yeah, no, you know what? They don't really steal things. They like to jump. They're jumpers. Sid now is jumping onto the door. She's on top of the door frame. When we're taking showers, both Sid and Riker for sure has gotten up on the whatever that's called of the because it's a walk-in. I have a walk-in bathtub upstairs. The downstairs is a regular. Downstairs is a regular shower. The upstairs is a walk-in, and so that's like a frame, right? She jumps up on the frame. So they are jumpers. They're more jumpers than anything else. Camilla says there is a word in Portuguese for thief that comes from the root of cat, gitano. Yeah, gato. Isn't gato cat in Italian? Il gatto. Jennifer, you're 20 minutes behind watching Kitty Cam. Yeah, they were pretty entertaining today. They were definitely pretty entertaining. So yeah, our cats aren't thieves. They are more jumpers. Two of them, Riker and Sid, are the jumpers. Roger just likes to eat. He's just a little hound. He just eats. He's like a 13 or 14-year-old who just like everything and anything he just eats. Gatto. Yes, gatto is cat. That's what I thought. Isn't that Italian? I think it's Italian, no? They are definitely little daredevils. Ugh, they are definitely little daredevils. Green-Eyed Cat says, my daughter's cat Simba steals pens, pencils, and all sorts of things. I couldn't believe what I found on her furniture and even the area rugs when we moved her out of the apartment. Well, yeah, then there's that. They could be stealing things and I just don't even realize it. Then there's that. Just a Girl Baking. Yes, the kitten energy is something else. Artemis astronauts are on talking. Oh, good. Yeah, no, I'm going to collect all of that. So we'll do a Wednesday stream. Wednesday late afternoon, whenever we're finished with our deep dive with Julio. Gato, gata, Spanish for cats. So it's Spanish, okay. I thought it was Italian, but I know Italian and Spanish are similar. Play on Crime. Hi, everyone. Hope you are having a great start to your week. I hope you are too. Gato, gata is the same in Portuguese and Spanish. I'm enjoying my day. I hope you are too. She said seeing Earth was great, just all the blackness around it. Yeah, I'll try and pull. Well, not try. I will pull as many news conferences and things that I can pull, and we'll do that on Wednesday. We'll do a Wednesday debriefing post operation, post mission. Yes, play on crime. Gatto is the Italian spelling, yeah. Right, I mean, it's Spanish and Italian are very similar, or there are similarities, I should say. Not being able to speak either one of them. Oh, okay, here, Richard, yes. A Florida judge cannot override a jury's recommendation for DP to impose a life sentence, nor can they override a life recommendation to impose. So that's from CNN. Historically, Florida, Alabama, Delaware permitted judicial overrides, but these provisions were declared unconstitutional or repealed, with Florida eliminating the practice following the Supreme Court of Hearst. I think that Hearst versus...
Yep, you sound great also.
Oh.
We're going to ask you to mute your microphones for just a minute, and then we'll get started in a few minutes, okay? Thank you.
And I am going.
Well, we had something there for a hot second. French for cat, depending on gender, is chat. Yes, chat lunatique. Crazy cats. There's a really great song called Chat Lunatique. Downey Lynn showed Christina Cook going to her home and how excited her dog was to see her. Awesome. Mike check. Sibilance. Jane, I wonder if the 4 astronauts came home as different people after seeing what they saw and the experience. I would think so. I would think they are changed. Hey, they accomplished what nobody else has accomplished ever. They truly are explorers in the truest sense of the word. They went where no human has gone before. So think about that. I would imagine that has changed them. I would imagine that has changed them. All right, back to Richard's thing. All right, judicial override abolished. The practice of judicial override, where a judge could overrule a juror's life recommendation or sentence a defendant, was eliminated in 2016. All right, we know in 2023, the 8-4 threshold. All right. All right, thanks for that, Richard. That definitely goes counter to what I was able to find on the Florida DP Information Center. So, I don't know. Well, we'll see what we'll see. We'll see what happens. I guess that's all we can say is we'll see what happens. Play on crime. Only 4 people in this world have ever seen the dark side of the moon. That's amazing to me. Yeah, I would agree. Oh, Downey Lynn, yeah, storms. That's what happens, right? This time of year. You got the warm Gulf air, moisture coming up. You got the cold air coming down from Canada. Guess where they meet? Yeah, beyond my pay grade. I know, right? We'll find out. We shall find out. Thanks for that research, though. I mean, it's you found some good stuff, so we'll see where it goes, see where it takes us. We had problems with the audio from this court at the beginning, and now they're going to be on Zoom. I can only imagine what the audio is going to sound like, so hopefully it won't be too bad. Hell Riders at Whataburger, how was your lunch? It was good. It was good. I made a Indian flavored inspired spinach dish last night, but I threw in onions, mushrooms, and red peppers, and garam masala, coriander, cumin, fenugreek. That was good. I had that over a bed of rice with
But he went on to say, and I'm paraphrasing, that the impact on the defendant's family by execution does not mitigate the crime or harm caused by the crime. It's pretty clear, and I would be objecting to that. I don't know if Mr. Moreno is intending on going there with it, but I wanted to get that dealt with before we, particularly since we're dealing with a video witness.
Judge, we do not intend to ask that question.
All right.
Fair enough.
I have an Alfred Costa waiting in the lobby. Should I let him in as well?
Yes, ma'am, just, might as well just check the connection. He's actually at work right now, so they might not be very nice.
All right. Ohio Jin, hello, hello. This is now going to be the defense. The defense has 3 witnesses coming in on Zoom from California via Zoom. So the defense is coming up. Since I got a gifted membership recently on my main profile, I checked out some of your members-only videos this weekend. Some good stuff in there. Oh, cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I did some Sarah Boone for members only. Of course, the Cooking with Chris. I think I did some cat videos. Music. I got to get more music up. I keep threatening to do that because I want to just sit down and just jam, and just show you guys what I'm working on like every week. So I gotta start to do that. I know I keep threatening it, but I just have to do it because I practice every day. I play pretty much every day. It's just a matter of recording it. Oh, and the soundtracks, yes, and the soundtracks. Yeah, you have access to the soundtracks. Wizard is missing the soundtracks. Brett saying in Italian, gatta and gatto. It's the same as Spanish, Portuguese, except for doubling the T. Thank you for that, Brett. All right, let's see. 199 votes. Does Demorris deserve the DP? 73% are saying yes. 27% are saying no. So right now he would not get it, right? Because 8 out of 4 is 75%, right? That's three quarters? So right now he would not get the DP if we were to vote. Richard, be interested to know if I can do the intro to America's Ventura Highway. You've worked on it for weeks until you got it. All right. I never really tried to play that song. I love this song. All right, jury's coming in.
The record should reflect that counsel for each party is present, as is the defendant, as he has been throughout. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Did everyone heed my admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves? Yes. Not to discuss it with anyone else? Yes. And this is just for the jury. So if I could have everyone except Mr. Costa mute themselves, please. Did everyone, let's see, where was I? So, did everyone heed my admonition not to do any independent research while you're away from us? Yes. And not to watch or listen or read any news accounts of this case? Yes. All right, thank you. Defense, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. I'd like me to read the statement if I may.
Oh, you may. Sorry, I forgot.
No, that's okay. It's okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Part of the technical situation that we have going here is a little unusual, but our witnesses are in California and in Houston, and so we were checking the connections to make sure the connections were good before we brought y'all in here to talk. And I'm not exactly sure how. Hopefully it'll be fine. So I want to start off by letting all of you know that none of the witnesses that we're calling today and tomorrow are meant to be an excuse in any way for what happened in this case. That's not what this is about. This is about an opportunity for all of you to see another side of Demorris Hunter and to see that he has family members, the ones that are still alive. As you may have figured out, Mr. Hunter is almost 60 years old now. A lot of his relatives have passed away in the intervening years since this happened, and so they're not here to talk. But the ones that are still available, we're calling them to show you a slice out of his life over the many years that these individuals have known him. The first person you're going to hear from is Alfred Costa. Alfred Costa is a cousin of Mr. Hunter, even though he's substantially younger. He's only about 40, so he's about 20 years younger. He knew Mr. Hunter as he was growing up, had the opportunity to spend time at his household, knew his mom, dad, knew his brother, and knew Mr. Hunter, and is going to tell you about his relationship with Mr. Hunter and what kind of a person he observed Mr. Hunter to be when he was growing up. We're also going to call Siobhan Long and Lenise Long. They're sisters. And you can see on the screen that they're already connected. They are cousins, nieces of Mr. Hunter, and they're a little bit older. They've known Mr. Hunter a lot longer and have a lot of relationship with him. And they're going to tell you about how he treated them over the years, how he looked out for them, how he cared for them, and why he earned their love and affection over all of these years. Tomorrow, we're going to put on 2 live witnesses and a recording. So Mr. Erner and Florence Alexander, his wife, are an elderly couple that now live in the high desert in New Mexico outside of Albuquerque. They were neighbors of Mr. Hunter when Mr. Hunter lived in Oakland, California with his family. That's when most of this takes place. Mr. Erner Alexander is quite ill, and last year we went out to New Mexico to record this because we were concerned about his health. We knew that there was no way he would ever be able to fly, and frankly, we were concerned if he would make it to trial. So we did a thing called perpetuating testimony, which is where both these same prosecutors were present here in the courtroom. We did a link via the internet to them in New Mexico, and they gave their testimony. You'll notice that Mr. Alexander suffers from some slight dementia, and so his testimony is a little, shall we say, spotty, but he still remembers with great affection living next to Mr. Hunter and his family, and has nothing but the highest regard for Mr. Hunter in all the years that he knew him. His wife, Florence, is I think you'll find a lovely individual who likewise has a great deal of affection for Mr. Hunter. When Mr. Hunter's daughter was very young, she used to see Mr. Hunter with his daughter, so did Mr. Alexander, and they will tell you that he was an excellent father with her, treated her with a great deal of kindness and attention and affection, and I mean, they love him now, they did then, and that's why they were willing to testify. Mr. Sherman Alexander flew in late last night from California, and we're going to put him on after the video tomorrow morning. Sherman is the son of Erner and Florence Alexander, more of a contemporary with Mr. Hunter, spent a number of years living with his parents and living next to the Hunters there in Oakland, in a smaller part of town called Emeryville, California. You'll hear that that part of California was an industrial area, that his dad, Erner Alexander, and Mr. Hunter's dad were friends that worked together as mechanics at United Airlines there in Oakland, California. And that he's going to tell you what life was like. We're talking about the 1970s in Oakland, California. As I said, a hard-scrabble neighborhood with a considerable amount of violence out in the streets, where it was very tricky and dangerous to raise children, and where he and Mr. Hunter were both exposed to all kinds of violence, including police brutality, but also gang violence, and that he's going to tell you that he was very fortunate to make it out of there alive. Among other things about Mr. Hunter. And then finally, Demorris Hunter, who is Sherman Alexander's goddaughter. The two of them flew in. They didn't get in until after 1 o'clock last night, which is why we're calling them tomorrow. And she is Mr. Hunter's daughter, his only daughter, and she is going to testify about what her relationship has been like with Demorris Hunter, and essentially that she loves him. So, as I said, this testimony is not going to be offered as an excuse for anything. The court, as you've already heard from us, court's going to instruct you that mitigation can be anything, any reason whatsoever to give someone a life sentence, to exercise mercy. And we are hoping that you can listen to these family members and see a different side of Mr. Hunter, not just the side portrayed by the state, but the side of a hardworking, caring person who took care of all the people around him and was very generous with them, and who earned their love and affection. Thank you.
You may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense calls Alfred Costa.
Mr. Costa, could you raise your right hand to be sworn? Let me turn my video on so you can see me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You can put your hand down. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your complete name for the record? And how old are you, Mr. Costa? 39. And where are you right this moment? What are you doing right this moment? And how are you employed? I work for a chemical plant. I'm sorry, what? Chemical plant? I work in a chemical plant. Okay, and where is that plant located? In a small town outside of Houston, Texas, in the port, kind of close to Baytown. If you guys familiar with the area, I'm sure. I'm not so rude, just trying to get an idea. And, okay. Do you know Demorris Hunter? I do. And how do you know Mr. Hunter? Yeah. He's my cousin through, well, my mom's his first cousin. My mom and his mom's sister, so we're sisters. Okay. Did you ever live near Mr. Hunter? I did. I was born in Oakland, so we stayed fairly close to them growing up. And we would visit quite often when I was younger. Of course, I don't remember a lot of that because I was much younger at that time. Probably about, all the way to 4 is when I'm from Oakland. So up until that time, we would go over to his mom's house often because she would cook and stuff for us. My mom was very close to her. That was like her only pop out there at the time. So we didn't have a lot of family out there. So we tried to stay close to the ones that we had. And so we stayed spent a lot of time at their house. Now, I realized you were very young at the time. What were your earliest memories of Mr. Hunter? Not a lot early on. I just know when I used to go around, he seemed more like kind of like an older brother, kind of. He was always playful, just playing with me and my sisters. That's, just around this happy person. Never really saw like any kind of aggressiveness from him or anything like that. I didn't really see any other side to him, just staying to himself and helping to roam around the house, doing stuff for her whenever we would go over and eating stuff with them, just taking care of his mom, and that was pretty much it. Now, he's about 20 years older than you, right? Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Okay. And so how many years did you live in Oakland, California, near the Hunter family? I stayed out there till before. Then my grandmother came and got me and my little sister when I was around 4 because my mom lost custody of us because of some issues her and my dad had at the time. And so we got pretty much adopted by my grandmother, moved to Louisiana. But we would always go back to see my mom and dad whenever we could, seeing that they didn't get to see us very often. So we could see them, and when we did, always, you know, go to my Aunt Shirley's house, spend time with them. You know, that was a big thing out there. She would always cook us food and have dinner over her house and stuff like that from time to time.
So let me I know there's a little bit of a time delay, but let me just interrupt you. So Aunt Shirley, that was Demorris's mom?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And when you, so how often would you go from where you were in Louisiana out to Oakland?
We would go pretty much every year. Whenever, like the summertime came and stuff like that, my grandmother had free time. She used to work at a school. But whenever she had free time and she could drive us down there, she would drive us and let us spend time with our mom for a while, like a week or two or whatever the case may be, and then she'll bring us back.
So she would drive you from Louisiana to California?
Yes.
Okay. So when you would go to Oakland during the summers, did you get to spend any time with Mr. Hunter?
Not often. Like I said, the only time we really spent time with them is when we went to their home, and you know, like I said, we would go over there a lot of the time just to eat and stuff like that because, you know, my mom and my dad, they didn't really have a lot, so she would spend a lot of time over there because that was kind of like her way of feeding us, kind of, because we didn't really have a lot. We were poor, and she loved us, and she always took care of us whenever we were hungry or anything like that. She'd tell us, come over out, you know, if we didn't have anything, come over there and get something to eat. And that was just her thing that she always did. She made sure that we had, you know, food and stuff like that, so.
And did there ever come a time in which you were living in the same home with Mr. Hunter?
Yeah, so when he moved, whenever he got to Houston, I may have been mid-teens, 15, 16, somewhere around there. He stayed with us, me and my mom. So we spent a lot of time together then. I was pretty much with him every day.
Well, let me ask you, so when you say your mom, I just want to be clear, was this your natural mother? Yes. Okay. So whatever problems had happened had been resolved by then? With your mom?
Yeah, so she pretty much moved to Louisiana during the time my grandmother was raising me and kind of took the reins back whenever she got herself back on track. Yeah, so she had been coming around before then. It was just, we moved around a lot. So, yeah.
I got you. So, I think you were saying earlier that when you were 14 or 15 years old, something like that, when Mr. Hunter came to live with you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I just have to, everybody has the habit of doing that, but for the purposes of the record and the court reporter, you need to answer verbally yes or no, so it doesn't get confusing on the record, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, gotcha.
All right, so if you were 15, then Mr. Hunter would have been 35, something along those lines, 20 years older than you?
Probably, I don't really know his age per se, but yeah, he looked like he was around about 30 something, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't have to be exact. And so tell the jury a little bit about what that time, that extra time that you had with him was like.
So yeah, I mean, that was a very different time for me because I was struggling a lot during the time as far as this because the whole reason for me moving to Houston was because my older brother got killed whenever we stayed in Louisiana. As you know, when I spoke to you, I didn't really have a farm and stuff like that. So when he came into the picture, it was kind of like me getting, like a father figure in the house, kind of, and that was pretty much the role that he played whenever he came to Houston. That's how I kind of like older uncle, I would say. I never really looked at him as my cousin, and he just was always that guy, you know, like, I can go to if I needed anything, you know, very family oriented. He spent a lot of time with me, you know, on my schoolwork and stuff like that, make sure I, you know, was doing the right things in school. Just like when my mom couldn't tell me anything or something, he was kind of like that, hey, you need to kind of like that enforcer, like to, hey man, you need to get in line and do what you need to do, because, you know, like he had been through that stuff, so he was more so the person kind of trying to, like, you know, still be away from the things that I was doing at the time. So spent a lot of time with him because I had a lot of issues at that time with behavior issues and stuff like that. So he was an advocate for, you know, the consequences that came from that stuff, and he tried to steer me away from those things. But in addition to that, he just was always a fun guy. Like, anytime I wanted to do something, he would, hey, you want to go do this, and you want to go, you know, like, play basketball, you want to go, you know, like, to Asheville or something like that. He did a lot of stuff with me, and the time when he was here, I know that he had spent a lot of time, like, in the system and stuff like that, but you can tell that the time that he was here, he was trying to create a better life for himself. I know.
What was he doing? Was he working?
He was working. My papa had an auto shop at the time, and he knew deep, and he knew his situation, and he knew how hard it was and stuff for him, and again, you know, he knows, he knew just the system in general, how hard it is for anybody when you know, go through things and you have a record or whatever, how hard it is. So he kind of gave you a chance, and he was a hard worker, and he worked, you know, trying to prove that, you know, that was something he wanted to do, was change his life around. So again, you know, and just around the house and stuff like that, he was always helpful to my mom, the same way he was with his mom. I used to go out there and see him, always asking what she needed and making sure he could do anything he could do. He would try to do it. Like, he didn't have much money, but he would go to work and make as much money as he can. He would bring it to my mom, like, hey, you need this for groceries, or can I do this, or can I do that? He just plays that person. He didn't have it. If he didn't have it, he was going to try to do what he could to get it to you if he had it.
Did you ever see him, you know, treat your mom with any disrespect or raise his voice or get angry or anything like that? No?
Not at all.
Did you, were you aware of him having any kind of vices, like drinking or drugs or anything along those lines?
No. And like I said, I was going through a lot at the time, and he saw the path that I was on, and he tried to steer me away from those type of things. So that was not something that he did. I mean, he drank every now and then, but he didn't have a drink problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how long did that go on? While he was staying with you in Houston?
I'm not quite sure. I worked with him for a while. He stayed with us for quite some time. And then when he started working for my papa, he moved with my granny at the time, because I guess it was easier for him to get to work because he didn't have a vehicle, so my papa was kind of taking to work and stuff like that. So it was kind of easier for him instead of him having vacation bus with my mom to go down there to get a ride with him to go to work, or have him come to us to go to work. So it just made it easier.
So
But I want to say he probably stayed probably about a few months, maybe like 3 or 4 months, maybe something like that.
And was that the last time that he ever lived with you and your family?
Well, it was the last time he stayed with my mom, so I was kind of back and forth between my mom's and my granny's house, because my granny raised me. She's the one who brought me from Houston. So I stayed with her a lot of the time because she still had custody of me. I just would stay with my mom, like, during the day I had to go to school because her apartment was closer to my school.
Okay.
So I talked to you all the time. I was always at my granny's house with me.
And as I said earlier, was that the last time, or did he ever live with you and your family again any years later? Or was that it?
No, that was the last time he was at my mom's house until he moved to my granny's house, and then I would just see him at my granny's house. But I never stayed with my granny, I just was there a lot, so I guess you could say that was the last time he stayed with me here.
Okay.
Yes.
And what about, at some point, did you lose contact with him, or did you stop living in Texas?
No.
You stayed in contact with him over the years?
No. I saw him all the time because he stayed with my granny. When he got taken away, he was at my granny's house, so that's where he got taken away from.
Okay.
Yeah, my granny got stayed far away from my mom's house. She stayed maybe 5 to 10 miles, I want to say.
So when you say taken away, you mean that's when he got arrested in Houston?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you been able to keep in contact with him since then? I mean, he's been incarcerated a long time.
No, I have not.
And do you intend on doing that? I mean, I know it's difficult to maintain contact. Have you made any efforts to try to do that?
I have. So my aunt, who is one of the closest people to me, along with my mother, they were the only people that really knew about it. Well, my aunt really, they kept up with it and knew what was going on. So a lot of times I would ask her for information, and she would never provide me for like an address or a phone number or anything like that. I don't know if she didn't know me or she just didn't want talking to me or whatever the case may be. But for whatever reason, I never got to find. I never knew where he was. I never got to talk to him after that. It was just like he kind of just got snatched away from us. You know what I'm saying? So it was kind of hard living with her every day. You know, especially when I spent so much time with him up to that point. And all I had was memories, you know what I'm saying? And I couldn't really express those things, you know, because I didn't really have nobody to express it to. But yeah, I want to, you know, talk to him and, you know, check on him and years. And I, you know, just, of course, him and then my cousin, and, you know, we really gravitated toward him when he stayed with us. It was hurtful that I couldn't, you know what I'm saying, do those things. But again, I was younger at that time, so I didn't know a lot. And like I said, all I had was my aunt and stuff like that would keep up with those things, but she didn't really give me any information.
Now, I know you wanted to be here today, but you have a newborn baby at home, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And I know it's very difficult for you to travel anywhere when you have a newborn baby at home. Was there anything else that you wanted to let this jury know about your relationship with Mr. Hunter?
Yeah, I mean, and like you said, I'm not trying to, you know, sway you guys or anything like that. But I do want you to know that whatever image that he has or what people see, I want the jury to know that that's not the image that we know him for, and that he is a great, you know, like, he's a great cousin, he's a great father, he's a great son, nephew, and all those things as well. So, and he wanted to be, and he strived, and I saw it, you know, like, to be a great member of society. I don't know what, you know, transpired or what happened. I'm not going to speak on that, but all I can speak to is the person that he is and the the person that I know him is, and that's a great person with a great heart. I never known him to hurt anybody or do anything like that. He's always been a person walking around and just, be
Hold on just a second, sir. You may.
I don't have anything.
Thank you very much, Mr. Costa. If this prosecutors want to ask you some questions, they're going to do so now, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Nunley.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Costa, when were you born? What year were you born?
1986.
1986?
Yes, sir.
So, you were, obviously, you weren't born in 1985, obviously. Were you aware that Mr. Hunter shot and killed a man named Cesar Guzman in January of 1985?
I have no idea what any of that stuff that he did in Spanish.
Were you aware that he also aimed a firearm at an individual named Jorge Fernandez in January of 1985?
No.
And were you aware also in 1985, this time in February, that Mr. Hunter shot a man named Officer Williams in the face with a sawed-off shotgun? Were you aware of that?
No.
And were you aware that on February the 14th of 1985, that Mr. Hunter shot Eric Wright 4 times?
No.
Were you aware that on February 29th of 2002, Mr. Hunter shot and killed Agora Public?
No.
So, how old were you when you moved to Houston from Oakland, California? I believe you said about 4, right?
I moved to Louisiana when I was 4 years old. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, I believe you said that when you were about 15, that Mr. Hunter came to live with you and your family or extended family. I didn't quite follow all of that. I couldn't keep track of it. Was that about 1985 when he came to live with you and your relatives in Houston?
No.
I'm sorry. I totally misspoke, sir. I'm sorry. I mean, 2001, 2002, probably about 2002, right?
It could have been somewhere around that time. I don't really remember the year. I know I was probably mid-teen, something like that, probably like in my 10th grade, something like that.
Okay, so that would have been, about 2002 when Mr. Hunter came to the Houston area.
Mm-hmm.
And how long did Mr. Hunter stay in Houston before he left and went back to Oakland?
He never left and went back to Oakland.
He never left?
When he came to stay with us, he left from our house and went to stay at my grand's house, which is where he got arrested. He never went back to Oakland after that.
Oh, so he came to your house after he killed the lady in California, is that right?
I'm not sure what he did. I just know he came to our house and stayed with us around the time he was arrested.
Okay,
a little bit before that.
Okay, now I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but since we're by video, it's a little bit hard to understand, hard to keep track of sometimes. So Mr. Hunter came to live in the Houston area sometime in 2002, right?
Yes.
And he came first to where you and I believe your mother were living. Is that right?
Yes, that's all right.
And then subsequently, Mr. Hunter moved to where your grandmother lived and was living there. Correct?
Yes.
And that's where he was living when he was taken into custody in July of 2002, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you know that Mr. Hunter was a fugitive from law enforcement when he was living with you in Houston?
No.
And before, I'm assuming obviously you were contacted by defense counsel to appear here today. Before being contacted to testify, when was the last time that you had any communication with Mr. Hunter? Hang on, we got a technical problem. Hold on just a minute.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, now you're back. Let's see if you unfreeze.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, your connection's not great. So let's try that again.
Okay, Madam Court Reporter, how far back do you need?
Yes, we can hear you.
Madam Court Reporter, what was my last question that I need to go back to?
Yes, sir.
Hang on, sir, just a minute.
And I'm assuming, obviously, you were contacted by defense counsel to appear here today. Before being contacted to testify, when was the last time that you had any communication with Mr. Hunter?
He may not have been able to hear that, she doesn't have a microphone.
Okay. Mr. Costa, let me ask you this. I mean, obviously you were contacted by defense counsel to testify, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Before being contacted by defense counsel to testify in this proceeding, when was the last time that you had contact with Mr. Hunter or any communication with Mr. Hunter?
Yes, sir. The person and the last time was for a little bit because it was my first time that I had contact with lawyers, and they let me know what was going on. On January.
So January of this year?
I'm sorry.
Was it January of this year when you were contacted by his attorneys?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you written any letters to Mr. Hunter while he's been incarcerated?
Yes, sir.
And when was the last letter that you wrote to him, do you recall?
I don't know. I wrote it a long time ago, but it took a while. So, yeah, it was a lot. It was probably like May or something last year sometime.
Okay. Have you spoken with Mr. Hunter on the phone anytime within the last 10 or 11 years?
Yeah, the person the last time was the person the last time should be.
Okay. You answered both my questions. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Now, have you ever had any conversation or discussion with Mr. Hunter about the crimes that he's been convicted for?
No.
Have you ever visited with Mr. Hunter in jail or in prison?
Yes, sir.
And as I understand it from your testimony, when Mr. Hunter was living with you and your family in Houston in 2002, from what you saw, he was just a regular guy. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Constant, I don't mean offense by asking this, but have you ever been convicted of a felony, sir?
No, sir.
And you grew up in Oakland? And how is it you're employed now, sir? I didn't catch that. In Texas? This will be in?
Yes, sir.
And what do you do in this chemical plant, sir? What's your job?
Electrical instrumentation.
I'm sorry, electrical and instrumentation.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
Any redirects?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. You are free to go, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
You may call your next witness.
We call Siobhan Long.
All right, Ms. Long, if you could, Ms. Siobhan Long, if you could unmute yourself, please, and raise your right hand to be sworn. You are, okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, the court. Can you state your full and complete name for us?
Siobhan Long.
And Ms. Long, I know it's not, I'm not supposed to do this, but how old are you?
60.
Okay. And where are you currently?
Sacramento, California.
And where did you grow up?
Oakland, California. Berkeley,
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it was like to grow up in Oakland back when you grew up?
It was rough, wild, crazy, to say the least.
And when you grew up in Oakland, on the borderline of Berkeley there, did you know a gentleman named Demorris Hunter?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. Hunter?
From school.
Were you in school with Mr. Hunter?
Yes.
Were you in the same grade as Mr. Hunter?
I can't remember the same way.
Do you remember sending us a copy of the yearbook page? You remember that? I think it's your 7th grade yearbook page.
I don't remember.
Okay. But you do remember being in the 7th grade with Mr. Hunter? I think there's a couple of pictures.
Don't bring that for me out.
But you do recall that, correctly? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time we've moved what's been marked as defense Exhibit A into evidence. No objection.
It will be admitted as defense 1.
Thank you. So you were in I believe that's a middle school or 7th grade picture of Mr. Hunter. You were in school with Mr. Hunter all through high school, correct?
Yeah, junior high and high school.
Okay. And
what kind of relationship did you have with Mr. Hunter back then?
We were very, very close. I'm older, but he always tried to act older. We were very close.
Did Mr. Hunter act like a brother to you and your sister?
Yes.
And how did he interact with your family?
They loved him. They still talk about him right now to this day. They loved him very much so, still do love him.
And how did Demorris Hunter act in school as it related to you and your sister?
He was very funny. I mean, he had the kind of laugh that would just make you laugh even if you didn't know what he was laughing about. He was very playful. And with us, he just always looked out for us, you know, made sure we was okay, made sure we was doing our homework, so brother / trying to be daddy.
Did he make sure that you went to school?
Oh, yeah, definitely. We made sure we ate because, you know, we was kind of struggling too back then, and we had to get free lunch, and they had a window where you can buy food, and, you know, sometimes he would get us stuff where we didn't have to do free lunch all the time. And he really looked out after us.
So sometimes he would buy you and your sister lunch?
Yeah.
Was Mr. Hunter good to your mother?
Oh, yes. That was her son. Yes. Yeah.
Did he ever protect your mother?
Yeah, he always looked out for her.
And do you remember when Mr. Hunter's mother died? I understand, Ms. Long, that this is emotional. Do you recall a time when Mr. Hunter's mother passed away?
Yes.
And how did Mr. Hunter handle that?
It was hard because he was a wild boy. It was hard, you know, and just kind of took a little time to himself, you know. It was hard.
Understandable. Ms. Long, were you recently diagnosed with health issues?
Yes.
And those health issues left you with leg braces and a scooter and difficult for you to walk and control your muscles, correct?
Yes, sir.
And otherwise, you would want to be here with us today, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Ms. Hunter, do you love Demorris Hunter?
Yes, I do.
And do you want anything bad to happen to Mr. Hunter?
Objection, Your Honor.
No.
Move to strike and ask for a curative instruction to the jury to disregard.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will ignore the last answer.
Ms. Hunter, Ms. Long, you kept in touch with Demorris Hunter over the years, correct?
Yes.
And you've spoken to him on the phone?
Yes.
And you continue to have a relationship, a caring relationship with him, correct?
No, correct.
That's all I have.
Cross-examination, Mr. Natalie?
Yes, Ms. Long.
Hello.
How old was Mr. Hunter when his mother passed away this morning?
I don't remember how old he was. I don't even remember how old I was at that time.
Well, how old were you? You remember how old you were?
I don't remember.
Was it in middle school?
I don't remember.
You know,
I remember, that's all.
you don't remember when Mr. Hunter's mother passed away.
No, I remember we still lived over there, and he still lived down by Golden Gate where she passed in that house. I remember that, but I don't remember what I was.
Did you? And you said that Mr. Hunter, well, let me ask you this way. Was he a young teenager when this happened? When his mother passed?
I don't remember when we were in high school. I'm gonna say I remember because I don't want to guess. I don't want to guess.
Okay.
I don't want to guess.
Did you go to his mother's funeral?
No, sir. I don't know the funerals.
And you and Mr. Hunter are the same age, aren't you?
I think I'm a little older than him, maybe a couple of months. I don't think years. I think I'm just some months older than him.
Okay, so same number until you have a birthday, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a couple of months, you said?
Yeah, I think we just want support a little bit. Because I'm 60. I don't know if she's 60 yet.
And you said that Mr. Hunter, even though he's the same age as you, effectively, made sure that you went to school and did your homework.
Yeah, definitely.
Did you help him with his homework too, or not?
No.
Did he help you with your homework?
He just made sure we did our homework. He's like a dad. We didn't have our dad either, so he was a brother / dad.
Yeah, but he was the same age as you.
Yeah, but he was still, acting like a dad.
And Ms. Long, you said that when's the last time you talked to Mr. Hunter?
It was probably maybe 5 months ago, I think some months ago, because he called me for whatever he is on the phone, but I've been going through a lot myself.
I understand that. I'm sorry to hear that. He had some medical issues, I believe, right?
Right, yeah.
Were you still living in Oakland or an Oakland area in 1985?
I was in Oakland and I was in Richmond.
Richmond, California, or Virginia?
Yes, sir. Richmond, California, and Oakland, California. Yes.
And now I have no idea about California geography. Where is Richmond, California in relation to Oakland, California?
Richmond, California is probably about 20 minutes from Oakland, California. They're close. They're not far, 20, 30 minutes apart.
Okay. And, ma'am, were you aware that Mr. Hunter shot and killed a man in January of 1985?
No.
Were you aware that Mr. Hunter shot another man in the face with a sawed-off shotgun in February of 1985?
No.
Were you aware that 10 days later, in February of 1985, Mr. Hunter shot a 17-year-old gentleman 4 times?
No.
And Ma'am, were you aware that in February of 2002, Mr. Hunter shot and killed a lady named Demorris Hunter in Oakland, California?
No,
You didn't know about this?
no, absolutely not.
And have you been in communication with Mr. Hunter while he's been in jail?
Yes, yes.
Off and on, you said?
Yes, it's not like every week, but,
Did you ever, well, obviously you didn't discuss what he was in jail for, did you?
no, I never asked, to be honest, I never even asked.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect, Mr. Self?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Long. You are free to go at this time, ma'am. So you can mute your microphone or you can leave the session, either one, whatever you prefer. Thank you. And Mr. Self, your next witness is?
Ms. Long.
All right, thank you. Ms. Long, if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. And Mr. Self, you may inquire.
Thank you. Ms. Long, ladies, can you state your full and complete name for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? And Ms. Long, I know I'm not supposed to ask a woman this question, but how old are you? And where are you currently at right now? And where are you from? Where were you raised?
Berkeley, Oakland area.
Okay. Were you raised along with your sister that we just heard testify, Ms. Siobhan Long?
Yes.
And did you know a gentleman named Demorris Hunter?
Yes.
What was the neighborhood like where you grew up?
It was kind of rough, you know. You go to, you have to go rough patches.
Did you have friends in the neighborhood?
I was more like a tomboy, so I kind of hung out with my brothers or my cousins. I didn't too much. Even to this day, I really don't associate with a lot of people. I know those that I need to be close to me.
And
so it's just a select few.
Were you close to Demorris Hunter when you were in school?
Yes, that's my brother.
Okay. You think of him as your brother. He's not technically your biological brother, but you and your sister think of him as a brother, correct?
Yes, that's my brother.
Okay. And how did Mr. Hunter interact with you and your family?
He was always jolly, laughing, joking. He taught me all type of mechanic stuff, so I would be stranded on the side of the freeway, or I didn't have to depend on a man to come get me. I could do it myself.
So he taught you how to fix your car?
Yeah, change my tires, oil. He even taught me how to go alternating.
Did Mr. Hunter ever look after you and your sister while you guys were in school?
Oh, yes.
And how did he do that?
He just made sure we was okay, you know, he made sure we ate, and he made sure we were laughing and happy throughout the day.
Was Mr. Hunter good to your mother?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes, he was.
Did he ever have to protect your mother?
Yes, he protected all of us.
Do you recall when Mr. Hunter's mother passed away?
Vaguely, yes, I do.
Okay. And
He kind of like disappeared for a while.
Did that have an impact on Mr. Hunter, his mother passing?
Yes, it did.
you also, in addition to knowing Mr. Hunter during school age years, you got to know him a little bit after that time, correct?
Yes.
You got to know him when he first became a father?
Yes.
And he would bring his daughter around?
Yes.
How was Mr. Hunter as a father in your eyes?
I think he was an excellent father. He always wanted to be around his daughter. And he always wanted to, like I had watched her for like an hour while he went to the store to get her Pampers and formula or whatever she needed. He took good care of his daughter.
And similar to your sister, you've been diagnosed with some health problems as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you would have liked to have been here to testify in person, but unfortunately, because of the health procedures that you've had, you haven't been able to travel, correct? And you love Mr. Hunter? And you kept in touch with him, and you talked with him by telephone recently?
I'd say sometime like a month or so ago was the last time I spoke with him, because sometimes when he called, it's in conflict with me being in physical therapy or my doctor's appointment, so I can't answer the phone at that time. But I always made sure that I kept a line for him to call me no matter what. I had to fight to get a number back that I knew that he had in order for him to get in contact with me when we lost contact briefly,
And in school, your sister was in the same grade as Mr. Hunter, but you were actually a couple grades below or a grade below?
2 years behind.
Okay. I may have just a moment.
You may.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Long.
Hello.
Ms. Long, how old was Mr. Hunter when his mother passed away, Ms. Long?
I don't recall, and I don't want to speculate.
How old were you when his mother passed away?
I'm not sure.
Were you?
I'm almost 58.
Let me ask it this way. Were you still in middle school when his mother passed?
No.
You were in high school?
I'm not sure.
Or had you not gotten to middle school when his mother passed?
I'm not sure when his mom passed.
Okay. How close did you live to where Mr. Hunter lived? Growing up in
Right. It was we could ride bikes, we could walk down here. It's not that far.
About how long would it take you to walk from your house to Mr. Hunter's house?
Like 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you exchanged any letters with Mr. Hunter, please, sir?
Yes, I have in the past, but he was not receiving them. I don't know if he ever received them.
Were they coming back to you?
No.
And how do you know he didn't receive them?
That's what I can say. I don't know if he received them.
I'm sorry.
And then when I spoke with him and asked him if he got my letter one time, he told me no, he hadn't received it yet.
Okay.
So I don't know if eventually he received it or not. I don't know.
All right, that's fair enough. Yeah, I don't mean to be repeating what you say, but there's a little bit of a lag between things, and sometimes the answer breaks up. And have you, in your telephone conversations with Mr. Hunter, had any discussion about the crimes that he's been convicted of over the past years? Do you know anything at all about the crimes that Mr. Hunter's been convicted of? Let me ask you this. How old was Mr. Hunter when his daughter was born?
Old enough to be on my own and stuff, so, and he had when he was 20s, late teens, early 20s, somewhere in there.
Okay. How many times, never mind. Were you aware in January of 1985 that Mr. Hunter shot and killed a man in Oakland, California? Were you aware that in February 1985, Mr. Hunter shot a man in Oakland, California with a sawed-off shotgun in the face? And were you aware that later in the month of February of 1985, he shot a 17-year-old 4 times? And were you aware that in February of 2002, that Mr. Hunter shot Laura Huntley twice in the head in Oakland, California? No further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Any further questions, Your Honor? Just at this time, we'd like to publish defense form.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All of you are excused. Can I disconnect the connection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as before, any items that are admitted into evidence will be provided to you in the jury room during your deliberations.
access to it tomorrow morning, as I said, I was visiting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the defense has run out of witnesses for today, so we are going to resume in the morning at 9 a.m. I anticipate from what the attorneys have told me that you will be going to deliberations on the status of the trial tomorrow. So I'm going to have the same instructions I've had for you before. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. And do not read, listen to, or watch any news accounts of this case. I'm going to ask that you leave your pads and pens on the chairs and be back in the morning at 9 a.m. and we will resume at that time. Does anyone have any questions? All right. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your day.
Your executive.
Let's hope they fix the audio for tomorrow. Man, this was brutal. Brutal. Check your inputs, check your outputs, check your wiring, check your cables, check your pots, check everything, man. Audio, man.
Is anyone anticipating using a PowerPoint or putting on the screen during closing arguments the jury instructions? Because if you are, I will need to get them adjusted and get them back to you so that you have them.
I plan on doing that, but only the aggravators,
Okay.
which I don't think are really going to be a question as far as the wording.
Okay. Very good.
Unless, of course, when I get the defense mitigation, I feel the need to do so. I don't know what it is yet, so.
All right. And the sooner you get that to me, the sooner I can incorporate it and send it back. I do have one question. The defense aggravators, the state's aggravators under the standard jury instructions are numerical 1 and 2, and the mitigators are alphabetical, A through whatever. What would you prefer? Would you prefer numbers or letters? Or do you have a preference?
I have no preference.
All right, and I'll keep it the way it is in the standard instructions with letters. All right. Very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that's it for today.
Everyone tomorrow is in person except for the one video that you're playing, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. There's 2 minutes.
All right, so now they're done. It was kind of a meh day. Kind of a meh day. All right, well, let me go through. The first guy was horrific. I could barely understand him. That first guy was pretty bad. Only because, as soon as they say Zoom, I always think it's always going to be terrible. Zoom calls are always, because they have speakers in the courtroom, and then they have microphones hanging down. They're probably 10, 20, 30 feet away. So you've got echo, you've got reverb, you've got all kinds of things. They never connect directly to Zoom, which is what they should be doing, so that they're getting it from the board versus a microphone 10, 20, 30 feet away. So it's always better in the courtroom, of course, but terrible for those of us that are trying to listen here. So let me end our poll. And before we close for the day, I'll just go over what I was able to pick up, which was very, very limited. But a few things stood out. We'll go over today because it was not much of a day, but we can go over everything that happened today. All right, so first of all, we heard from the state. So, the judge said that they were going to decide life without parole or the DP. They're going to go over aggravating factors. They're going to hear that Demorris was previously convicted. They are going to discuss especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Those are three things that they now, are going to have to deal with. And the defense wanted that thrown out. Defense wanted that language thrown out. Victim impact statements may be presented, and in fact, we did hear from. All right, so then the state has an opening. They talk about his convictions in 1985. And then we heard from John Bruhard. He is the assistant district attorney. Assistant district attorney. He talks about Demorris's. So in 1985, he shot and killed Cesar Guzman, but he changed that plea to involuntary manslaughter. And then Jose Hernandez was there with Guzman, and then there was also Adolphus Williams and Eric Wright. So those are three people that he shot. Two of them passed away. Then he shot Evora Huntley, and that was first degree, and that was in 2002. So he was booked in 2003. So March 29th, 2002, he shoots Evora Huntley after beating up his girlfriend. He beats up his girlfriend. She comes over, tries to help, and he ends up shooting her. Then he leaves. He leaves Oakland. He comes down to Florida, and he takes out Theresa. Then he flees to Houston, and then he's arrested there. And they ship him back to Oakland, where he's convicted, and then they ship him back here. We heard from Adria Garardi. She was a finger latent print expert, but she didn't bring. That's really weird. She didn't bring in anything. I do not understand what her role was in this. And then we had a victim impact statement. Brittany Adkins for Octavius Hayes, and she read his statement, and as understandable, it was pretty emotional. Then there was a break, and then the defense came on saying that there were going to be three witnesses, and indeed there were three. The state rested, actually. The defense did an opening statement. They said, well, you're going to have an opportunity to see another side of Demorris. And we're going to have three witnesses today via Zoom, a cousin and two nieces. Tomorrow, tomorrow they're going to have two live witnesses and one recording. So they're going to be three tomorrow as well. Two live and then another recording. You're going to hear that Demorris was exposed to violence, not only via the police, but also gangs. And then you're going to hear from his daughter. So I guess tomorrow we'll hear from his daughter. Then we heard from Alfred Costa. I did not understand much. I had a really hard time understanding what he said. I could not understand what he was saying. But then we heard from Siobhan Long and Lanice Long. Both were his nieces. Now here's where it gets confusing. His niece was as old as he is. Siobhan is 60 and Lanice was 58. She's 2 years younger. So they went to school with him. So clearly there's an age gap there. So, but Siobhan said Demorris made sure that they ate, they went to school. She said they were struggling back then, so sometimes he would buy them lunch. Now here's where it gets really strange, because she said he was good. Oh wait, no, he was good to her mother. He was good to her mother. Now she wanted to be there, but she was diagnosed with health issues. Same with Lanice. She was diagnosed with health issues that prevented her from traveling. But then both of them don't know when Demorris's mom passed away. They didn't go to the funeral. And then both of them didn't know about the 1985 shooting or the 2002 shooting. So even though they were close and they went to school and they were same age, year or two apart, they don't know when his mother passed away, and they don't know anything about the prior events. So take that for what it is. So, does Demorris deserve the DP? 73% of you said yes, 27% of you said no, out of 215 votes. So, such as they are, I mean, I could barely hear them. I don't know. I hope, I wish I was able to hear. I'm so not happy with I think she was called just to verify his fingerprints from the California crimes. Oh, okay. Thank you, Sherry. That makes sense. JMS, do we know if the witnesses the defense will be calling tomorrow will be on Zoom or be in court? Two will be live. Oh, that's a good point. I'm interpreting it as, he said 2 will be live and 1 will be recording. I was interpreting it that they would be in the courtroom, but they may not. They may be Zoom again. Shoot. JMS, I was thinking when I heard 2 live, 1 recording, 2 would be in the courtroom and 1 would be like a previously recorded. They may be on Zoom. They may be on Zoom too. They may be on Zoom again. Kimbers, I wanted to hear, we knew about his crimes. He was, as a child, he was this or that, played sympathy card, but no one knew he did these crimes. So yeah. The only thing we heard that would have gone to that with as a child was that he, well, maybe it'll be his who would it be? The only person we heard about that so far is his defense, his attorney. His attorney is the only one that said Demorris was exposed to violence, both police and gang. So we don't even know. We don't even know if we're going to hear that. Maybe his mom passed away at an early age. He didn't have a father figure. I mean, anything. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking now. They'll be live, but they'll be on Zoom. All you want to do is Zoom. Right? So, these Zooms, as soon as I hear Zoom, especially, Zoom is always bad. All right, just straight up, just know if you hear them say a witness via Zoom, just be prepared. It's going to be crappy audio. Just going to tell you that straight up. Then on top of it, this morning's audio was very suspicious, very sus, very terrible. Then you just add that on top of the Zoom and it's just like, it's just terrible. Right, Kimbers? Some kind of sympathy. Horse welfare, you did the best with what you could hear. Thank you. How many people go through the same and turn out just fine? Thousands. Do not like the brooms. I was going to say, do not like the brooms. do not like the Zooms, bro. Yeah. Oof. Just terrible. Green-eyed cat, it just happened again. Once in a while, my stream just resets back to the very beginning of the day for no reason that I can determine. So annoying. I did notice there was a glitch. I did notice there was a glitch, and I thought, our connection isn't as strong. Maybe that's why. When our connection isn't strong, it like resets or something. I don't know. So, all right. So that's pretty much it, you guys. It's a short stream. Well, it's a 6-hour stream, right? 9 to 3, quarter to 9, quarter to 3. So, I guess we're gonna call it a day. We'll meet again tomorrow, 8:45. Hopefully, they'll probably have a verdict tomorrow, and I'm gonna go work. Aaron's been working on the Charles Jones trial that's coming up. And I'm going to go work on that. I'm going to work on the Artemis Orion press conference. So we'll probably do that tomorrow. I'm going to plan on maybe doing that tomorrow after this stream. I have a feeling they're going to get to a verdict quicker. Well, we'll see. I don't know. I guess. Anyway, I'm going to work on that. So we'll have that ready to go for you guys. And that's about it. Scott's not live. Like nobody's really live right now. So you guys go forth and be well. go watch something fun, and I'm going to continue working on upcoming streams for you guys. So we'll make sure we have some good content for you coming your way soon. And with that, I will leave you with Super Ball. Oh, little chicken egg. Here, Joko girl. Yeah. All right, you guys. Thanks for joining us. Have a great day. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Erin. She's killing it over here, working on Charles Jones' upcoming trial. And it's going to be good. We're going to be doing a deep dive starting on Wednesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we're going to be just full on Charles Jones. So I hope you guys join us. That's going to be really, really good to wrap your heads around it. There is a lot of information to cover, so we will definitely do our best to break it down. But before that, we will finish up with Demorris Hunter, and we'll see if a jury comes back with a verdict tomorrow. So with that, have a fantastic night, and we will see you tomorrow at 8:45 Eastern. Take care, guys. Bye.